Okay, hello everybody. I'm back. It's Monday and I'm tired because there's already people in the house ruining my fucking day and I'm already getting like so fucking goddamn irritated and I have a fucking big headache and they like to scream in the house and I would rather them not scream in the house for good lord's sake because I can't handle it. It's annoying. It gets on my nerves. So today I was going back and forth. Maybe I should put something on, maybe I shouldn't. So, what we'll do in the beginning is that we'll just chill and hang out for a spell. Hold on. All right. So we'll talk shit. Well, for the first half of the stream, and then when I get like dinner and stuff, I'll put something on, and we can make fun of that for the latter half of the stream. That's what I was trying to say. So I just want to sit and talk for a minute before I like get into like fucking headaches of the drama shit. So, yeah. And I can tell you how I went into a complete panic mode on Saturday. uh, 'Cause that happened. Sorry, I'm also like texting people at the same time. Sorry. Let me put on some music and then I can tell you about my weekend, which was wild and crazy and I hate it. I want to die. I want to fucking die. I want to die. I want to die. I want to fucking die. Let me hear you say, I want to die. I want to die. I want to fucking die. I want to die. I want to die. I want to motherfucking die. Right. Let me just get the music on and then we're all good to go. There we go. Here we go. Hi, Hassan. So yeah, I'm gonna just, like I said, I'm just gonna be like drawing for the first half, and then for the second half, I'll put something on. Um, I'm gonna close the door really quickly because again, I have a headache. Literally, when they got, I'll explain in a minute. Jesus Christ. Okay. Like I was saying, right? Um, the my grandparents are here. I'm no longer alone in the house, which is sad and sucks. But what the fuck can you do? And I swear, right when they get in through the door, I get this headache. And it's a bad headache. And I just feel so irritated to no end that I want to just cuss someone out and like break shit. And I'm normally, surprisingly enough, I'm normally not like that. Yeah, so surprisingly, even though I'm like rough and tough and I always say I'm gonna beat people up, I'm normally not like that. And it's purely when they're around. I get like that, and I get irritated, and I get angry, and I get just overall just fucking frustrated with just with like them and how they act and how they are, and they don't know when to leave me the hell alone. Like, I don't care if someone comes to me and asks me a question or anything like that. That's normal. Like, I live with older people. They ask me questions all the time. And it's like, whatever. The problem I have is when they come in screaming that they have a problem. Because if you don't know, I don't respond to noise very well. Or I can't, like... Noise is like a big thing for me. I mean, it's something I do. It's something I can cope with and shit like that. Don't get me wrong. But it is something that does... It bugs me. So I can't say like it doesn't like bother me or anything like that, but it does. Fuck, I wasn't paying attention. But yeah. So I don't respond to noise very well, and when I hear someone scream my name in a high pitch manner, and it's not like a scream or like shouting, it's a screech, and it's an overall just ear-piercing screech, and it gives me the I still have the headache, man. It gives me the biggest headache, and I'm just here like, why me? And it's irritating. And I'm just here like, why, and it does irritate me to the point where I want to like throw something and say, hey, knock it the fuck off. But I can't, because unfortunately they are family, and I live in one of those houses where I can't tell off the family, nor can I say, hey, can you stop that? That makes me uncomfortable. Or else they'll feel insulted, which in all actuality, if they feel insulted that I say, hey, knock it off, then they're not allowed in the house. If they have a problem with me saying, hey, can you knock it off? It's giving me a headache, which I ended up doing. I did say, hey, knock it off. You're giving me a headache. And they're like, it's, You can see why I prefer to just be in my corner alone. because, and it's like one of those like sort of sensations where you know it's coming on and you're trying to like brace yourself for it to happen, and it sucks, and it happens frequently, mind you. And you're just there praying like, oh, please don't call me, please don't need me, leave me alone, I don't want to deal with you, shut the fuck up, I don't care. It's like, come the fuck on, please leave me alone. Legit, like, leave me the fuck alone. No, I'm like dead serious. Leave me the fuck alone. Oh, and they're still like screaming. Yep. And I can hear it. And it's just, and it gets to, it's a problem when I'm working and I'm in a meeting and they continuously scream at each other. Like, oh, please don't let anybody be outside. Oh my god. I'm not getting up. I'm not getting up. I'm not. If they tell me someone's coming in the house, they're not. No one's allowed in the house. My dad specifically said no one's allowed in the house. So, and this is what I mean. Like, this is like a problem that is continuously happening. Because I did tell my mom, like, hey, if they bring anybody in the house, you know, they're gonna have to leave. Because, you know, no one's allowed in the house. But she said all that, like, oh, don't worry about it, don't do this, don't do that, and I'm just here like, and they're just gonna come in here and say like, oh, what is happening? And I said I have to shoo them away. Like, you can't come in here right now. I'm doing stuff right now. I'm working right now. I mean, technically I am, and technically I'm not. I'm more working for myself right now. This is personal projects. They still can't come in here though. If they can't respect my space, then that's on them. And I know if I say something, I'm going to get in trouble, saying I was rude. But I can't win. Because I know they just screamed my... Okay. They're screaming my name right now, saying someone's outside. And I said, one, this is what happened this morning when earlier. They came to me saying someone's at the door, and it was some white lady at the door. And I told her like, hey, they're the owners of the house are not here right now. And I specifically instructed them, do not answer the door, because they're fucking crazy right now with snatching people up. And I don't want anyone to like get snatched up while they're here. So I told them, do not under any circumstances open the fucking door. Do not open the door for anybody. I don't care who you think it is or who it is or whatever. Do not open the door. And they didn't listen to me. And I had to, like I said, I had to talk to someone, but it could have easily been someone to take them away, or someone scouting for people to take them away. And I'm not saying this because I don't want to be bothered, which is true. I don't want to be bothered, but also I don't want anyone to get snatched up, like fucking what, like it's nothing. And it's scary, and they don't understand. I'm not saying it's like a language barrier or anything like that. No, they sincerely think they're fine and they're above everything when they're not. Like, it's so bad to the point they can't even leave the country. And they have to talk to a lawyer to leave the country now. And all of this morning, they were talking about what they're going to do when they get out of here. Because, again, my mom, who usually helps with them, she's out of town right now. Me, fuck if I know anything. Good luck with that. And all morning she was like trying to get in contact with her other children, aka my aunts and my uncle. Who, well, I hate the aunts. The uncle, he leaves me alone. He actually respects like when I don't appreciate being disrespected. The other ones can go fuck themselves. I've told many people that they can go fuck themselves. I don't give a fuck about them. Like, they get on my fucking nerves. Anyways, not the point. Yeah, she's been calling them all day to figure out what she's gonna do and whatnot. And then she thought it was a great idea to answer the door to a random person. Like, no, Miss Ma'am, you can't trust anybody here. What are you doing? You freaking... And again, they keep forgetting that this is not their house. And this is not their home. And... like, they can't, like, just go off and do certain things because, oh, this is happening, let me just do it. No, this is not your house. I don't care what anybody else says, this is still not your house. This is, you can't be doing stuff like that. That shit will get you in trouble. And they're not getting, like, you're putting a lot of people at risk here. Anyways, it's not about all of that. I mean, it kind of is. Sadly, as much as I hate talking about, politics and the sort, it is unfortunately part of my life because of who my family is and who they are. And I have no choice but to, engage in these certain things because, people don't look highly upon my family right now, or people, the country my family's from right now. So much so that I not only fear for myself and I fear for my parents who are out of town right now, down south, and you can never predict what's going to happen down there, because again, they're going fucking crazy. They don't, by they I mean the government. They're going fucking crazy, and you don't. They can just fucking arbitrarily say, "Up, you need to go back," for some reason or whatever. And it don't, um it won't matter if you say, "Oh, but I've been here for X amount of years." They don't care. It's like how, like, a few months ago, was it? Yeah, about a few months ago, my mom and I were talking about this, and she wasn't taking it that seriously because of her occupation and shit like that. And me and my dad had to, like, wind down and tell her, like, no, it does not matter. You're at risk. It doesn't matter if you work at a hospital, or if you work in the government, or if you work, I don't know, right next to the dude. They'll still find reasons to send you away. Hell, even I'm at risk of being sent away. And I didn't even do anything. Even though I was born here, I was raised here, I went to school here, I have all my documents, and it will say I'm from here. Nope, that don't matter. So no, even I'm not safe. Which is a scary thing. But wait, okay. Let me shift away from all this serious talk. Let me tell you guys what happened on Saturday. Because I was a dummity dumb. I was very dumb. So on Saturday, I was doing my usual thing. It's nothing serious. It's a funny story. It's nothing like serious or what I've been just talking about. Yeah, I'm like a TikTok page right now. So on the wait, hold on. What was I saying? Um, um, so I was doing like my regular thing before I go to the gym, which is like, make fun, but I like to watch Saturday morning cartoons on Saturday mornings because it calms me. And fucking, I am, well, am I right to be calmed right now? Anyways, so I was packing up my bag so I can go to the gym, and I have like the car keys for everybody. So I have my dad's car keys and I have my mom's car keys. And ever since I dropped my mom off at the airport on Thursday, I've been using my both of their house keys, which is on their car keys. I haven't been using my own because it was just one of those things where it was like convenient to use. I just reach into my purse and I say, "Oh, okay, those keys are here." Um, I might as well use those keys instead of my own. And I've been just doing that for a spell. And then when I got downstairs to get ready, I what was I saying? As I'm getting downstairs to get ready, I decide, okay, let me clean out my bag a little bit, make some space, make some room. So, I clean out my bag. I put the keys, both the keys, in the cupboard, so when they come back, they can just grab it. Sorry, I'm like. Alright, it's not really that even, so it's fine. Sorry, I'm just trying to make a pie. Anyways, yeah, so they, the keys, I put them in the cupboard and everything like that, and then I was going through my own, my bag to see if I could see my, my house keys. They were gone. They were not in my bag. And me in my mind, that is a enigma of its own, automatically started to assume I threw them out. Because here's what happened. The day I dropped off my mom, like, a lot of things got, like, lost in the shuffle. Like, for instance, the phone, which she did get. My mom did get her phone, after I sent it. But, so, sorry, I'm like restarting this because I'm not liking how it's turning out. Anyways, so basically, what, a lot of things got lost in the shuffle, and a lot of things got displaced, like my mom's phone, and we couldn't make like heads or tails of anything at that point. So it was just like a wild thing to like go through. Sorry, I'm also like concentrating on what I need to look up a reference real quick. So yeah. So after I dropped her off and everything like that, I what's it called? There it is. Okay. After I dropped her off, I decided to get food because I was gonna get back in the house very, very late. So I said so I stopped by a place and I got food, and that's when the whole like you know, the whole debacle with the phones happened. And after with that, I went home, ate the food. It was delicious, even though it hurt my stomach, and I realized why I don't really eat out anymore. Not the point. So I ate the food and threw away my trash. And I thought, when I realized my house keys were gone, I thought that I thought the absolute worst, that I accidentally threw out my house keys and I wasn't paying attention while I was throwing away my food or the trash. And the previous day, it was trash day. So I took out the trash as well. So I'm just sitting and standing there like freaking the fuck out, like, okay, no. I couldn't have thrown away that shit. It's always in my bag. It has to be either, like, I was trying to, like, self-soothe and calm myself down, trying to think of the most rational place it would be. So I'm thinking, like, oh, okay, it has to be either in the car, or it has to be in the office, or it has to be on the couch because I've been hanging out there a lot, or maybe it's on the table and I dropped it while I was working, or maybe it's like by the front door and while I was like shuffling everything inside, it dropped. Then it can't be in the trash because I almost never take it out. And I'm praying to God, like, okay, please God, don't let it be in trash. So, oh, it's Jesta. Jesta, are you too busy to come in and talk? Why? Let me continue. So, like, I'm, like, trying to soothe myself, saying, like, there ain't no way, ain't no fucking way, ain't no fucking way, ain't no fucking way, ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way I threw out those keys. So I went to the gym, did my thing, and did my thing, ran some errands, came back, and oh, that's fine. When aren't you distracted? Okay. I'll meet you in there. Okay. Okay. Here we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, you fucked up.
I did.
We'll get into that later. But yeah, so I'm thinking I go to the gym, I do all my errands, and I come back home. And I say, okay, before I like went to run the errands, I checked my car at the gym after I left the gym. I checked then, and nothing. I didn't see anything. I'm just like, okay, so it's probably at home. So I did the errands, came in. Before I even went into the shower, I checked the where did I check? The office first. I checked my office. I ain't see nothing. I said, okay, this is concerning me. This is starting to make me freak the fuck out. So I went in to the family room and I checked the couch. Still ain't there. And I said, okay, this is not good. This is not great. Then I went into the kitchen and checked the table, and it still ain't there. And I'm just like, all right, did I really throw out my fucking keys? So I went upstairs to find the pants I was wearing that day. See if I just put in my pants accidentally. It wasn't there. I was just like, God fucking damn it, I'm going to have to go to the fucking locksmith and get a copy of the key. And I was like,
House key?
Yeah, my house key. And I was like in a shambles. I was like, man, I had that keychain too since I was like in high school and everything. And man, it lasted me so many years. And I'm just gonna have to like get new ones. I'm like so annoyed. A, B, C, D, and E. And then while I was in the shower, I'm like half gaslighting myself that I lost it, but also like half saying to myself like, no, that couldn't have happened though. It couldn't have happened because I never take the key out unless I'm using something. So what I did was, okay, I told myself, okay, I'm going to check every nook and cranny of this fucking goddamn house because it has to be somewhere. Ain't no fucking way my ass fucking threw out that fucking whatever it's called, that key, those keys. Ain't no fucking way. I'm going to check everywhere. So I got on my hands and knees once I got out of the shower, got on my hands and knees, searched all over the fucking place. And it was nowhere in the kitchen, nowhere in the office, and nowhere upstairs. I was just like, fucking hell, this is, what the fuck do I do? And then I start planning out in my head, like, okay, I know there's a locksmith near the supermarket. I can go there next time I go to the gym. But let me just keep looking to see if there's a slight chance if it's available. I'm not available, if it's around. So I keep looking, and then I get outside, and I said, oh, maybe I dropped it on the porch outside. So I checked outside, I checked the foliage outside, I walked around the front yard a bunch of times to see if I could find a key, and nothing. I'm just like, oh my god. I even checked the garbage can that I left out on the curb. Nothing. I'm just like, oh my god. I'm gonna have to fucking do all this shit to get a new key. But, and then I got to, excuse me. I got, to my car again. And I said, okay, maybe it's still in the car. You know, and maybe I didn't check the car enough, and there's still like a chance it could be just hiding somewhere in the nooks, in the car. So I started in the driver's seat, checked around there, nothing. Went back to the back seats, checked around there, nothing. I went to the trunk of the car, checked the trunk, and I checked the little compartment in the trunk of the car, nothing. Then I get to the passenger seat, looked under, looked around, nothing. And then there's a middle panel between the driver's seat and the passenger seat. And those have like nooks and crannies as well. So I peel back the passenger seat between the middle dash and the passenger seat, and I see a little card, and it's a Regal Theater rewards program card. And I'm just like, ain't no fucking way. I reach in, I pull out, there are my fucking keys. I was just like, it must have gotten lost during the shuffle through with everything. I mean, thank God I found the fucking keys, but Jesus criminy. The amount of bullshit I went through to find those goddamn keys. It was a lot, man. Oh, golly. But I found the keys. I was so relieved. I don't have to like spend money to get a copy of a key or anything like that. And I put that shit away. Right in my bag. And I'm just like, you stay there. And luckily it was the fucking weekend. I didn't have to leave the house. And I never left the house. Well, I have to leave the house tomorrow, but you know, it is what it is. Anyways, Jester.
Yeah.
What happened with you?
Man. They're putting a pause on my money. That's what you're asking?
What did you do?
So because I'm not working now, I'm entitled to get some government money. But if I start work, then I don't get it. I'm like, well, I don't want to break any rules. What if I'm working but I don't get paid? But it's not volunteer work. Because I'm working commissions based only. So it's like, I can do all the work and then not get paid just because, what'd I say? Right, it's commissions based, but it's success based. It's not just time and efforts. It could be time and efforts equals nothing, based on the nature of the work I do. So I was asking them, what happens in that situation? They're like, well, just make sure you, because I'm supposed to report to them every 2 weeks about, like, there's like a questionnaire that has to be regularly answered to see if my circumstances changed. And so I'm like, okay, well, here's my kind of unique situation. What happens then? And they just kept saying, let me get back to you on that. Give me 5 to 7 minutes. And they just kept talking to the manager. I come back, blah, blah. Okay, here are the next questions for you. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay. Or they'll be like, okay, 5 more minutes. And then they just kept doing that for probably like 10 times. So I kept waiting and waiting. But I was patient with it because I need the answers. Right? Mm-hmm. Make sure that I don't fuck it up. So I'm nice about it throughout. And in the end, they're like, yeah, like, you are self-employed technically, but you're not making money. And then we want to know how much you expect to make, but then you don't know. Which is all true, I'm not lying about it. And so ultimately, they're like, yeah, we'll have to get a specialist to review this. And until they finish, coming up with a decision, we have to put a pause on the payment. Like, fucking hell. But before that, they were, like a few weeks ago, like right after I got laid off, they were like, we need these documents, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, here's what I have on me and what I can pull up. The rest I don't have and whatnot. And then they were like, okay, it's fine. We'll just do this for now. And then we'll come back to you and ask for more. We need more. They left me a voice message. They're like, can you give us this? I'm like, here it is. And that's the last I heard from that person who was assigned to my file. So I'm like, so do you need anything else? Is it approved? Am I getting paid? Am I not? Like, nothing. For like the past 2 weeks, I got nothing. So that's why I called him today. I'm like, is this happening? Because if I'm supposed to give you like a regular report, did I pass that deadline? Am I supposed to do it now? I don't know. There's like no notifications. And like, oh yeah, like there was we put a pause on it for blah, blah, blah because we need more information. It's like, why didn't you just reach out to me if you need more information? So that at least got cleared up. So for about 3 weeks worth of time that I got nothing for, they're gonna pay me up to the point that I started technically working for this company. And they're like, yeah, we gotta figure that out. So here's 3 weeks, and then we're stopping it again. I'm like, okay.
Damn.
So I'm gonna wait till that comes through. Gives me a little bit of time, but I don't know, it's just stupid. It's like if I say nothing, they might be like, oh, you didn't report this, it's fraud. If I do report it, I'm like, but I'm not getting paid, it doesn't affect anything. They're like, oh, well, you still work. It's like, work, like, yo, it's like volunteer work, right? Like, I still need money.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. And
I
they're
mean, if
like,
it's at least I can only speak in U.S. sense, and even that I'm not sure if that's going to be a thing anymore. But if it's volunteer work, they still have to give you like the unemployment.
yeah, if I was actually doing volunteer work, I don't think that would have been an issue. It's just the fact that whether I get paid or not is so conditional, and that's on them because it's the government that decides whether I get paid or not. So it's like you're gonna hold back, you know, paying me through work, but because I'm trying to work, you're gonna be like, oh, you also don't give you like, kind of like, you know, unemployment funds or whatever. It's like, then what do you want me to do? Like just not work so I ensure that I get paid? Because you guys are also the ones stopping those other payments that I could just be working for, you know? It's a bit annoying. But because there's so many departments, I don't think that person actually knew what I was talking about. And that's why they have to keep going to the manager, I think. So yeah, that's annoying.
Sounds annoying.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Jesus.
But I got approached today by someone in the field who's a headhunter, so we'll see where that goes.
If they're hiring for graphic design too, I'm available.
Well, I'll keep that in mind, but I feel like in what I do, that never crosses paths.
You never know, man.
But yeah. My last company, we used to have an in-house person doing all the marketing, so they do like the designs for posts on social media. And out of nowhere, oh yeah, she doesn't work for us anymore. And I feel like she didn't leave. I was like, yo, what's going on?
Maybe they couldn't afford it anymore.
Couldn't afford marketing. I think we need marketing. And then they let me go because the sales aren't coming through. Maybe if you did some marketing. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
I mean, maybe if
It's
they did
whatever.
do marketing, like shit.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't do marketing because I didn't learn anything about marketing.
I mean, whatever I learned about marketing is self-taught because, you know, I sell shit on my own time.
Yeah.
So,
Trying some.
you're good. I'm just trying to draw. I'm drawing desserts.
Cool.
I mean, it's for the coloring book. I've been putting preview pages up. Which I notice you never liked yet.
Say again?
I've been putting preview pages up and I notice you haven't liked it. I wanna fucking punch somebody. I want to punch somebody because this woman does not know how to talk on the fucking phone without fucking yelling at people. She's screeching and it's fucking messing with my head.
Yeah. I feel like culturally I can relate because sometimes my people's constantly screaming. Not even with my family, it's just let me not make such broad statements.
I will. They keep fucking yelling, and they're just so they're yelling. She's talking on the phone right now. I should never have. I never should have helped them turn on that phone. I regret everything, and now she's screaming on the phone.
Yeah.
And now I can't get a moment's peace. Like, damn it. Yeah. It's some fucking relief. So much to ask in this goddamn house. Apparently. Jesus Christ. Can't fucking catch a break. My God.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ordering food today. They get me so fucked up and irritated. I don't even want to go
Yeah,
into
get
the kitchen.
food.
Because holy shit. I'm glad they're not doing it in the sunroom. I would fucking throw that phone. Do you know how tempted I am just to get up and throw that phone?
Unplug it. Unplug those batteries.
Dude, it's a cell phone.
The batteries. Oh yeah, new phones don't have batteries. They're like external like that. Never mind. I forgot things.
Do you know my mom had to unplug the fucking the house phone because it's that bad?
Mm-hmm.
They're yelling and screaming and just overall fucking is that bad in this house that my mom fucking unplugs the fucking cell phone. Not the cell phone, the house phone. The house phone hasn't been on in almost a year because of that.
Yeah.
And it's because of them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's screeching. It's purely just fucking screeching they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, it drives me crazy.
You need good headphones that block out everything. That's just probably.
I mean, I do have them. I just like having one ear out just in case something happens.
Yeah.
But the downside of that is I have to hear them fucking screaming.
Yeah. Can't win if you need both.
Yeah. Because I know they like to fuck with things in the goddamn house. So I need to keep an ear out if they fuck with things in the goddamn house. Like the other day, when I was in a call with you guys and I heard something, they almost fucking burned the house down.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have no choice. I have to keep an eye out. Not an eye, but an ear out.
Mm-hmm.
And the downside of that is just listening to their fucking goddamn screeching. Sucks, but fuck it, man. Someone has to do it.
Yeah. Maybe like that.
It'd be like that, man. But it's okay. I'm going to treat myself because fuck all this noise.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what I'm gonna get, but I'm gonna enjoy it. Gosh darn it. God damn it.
Darn.
Oi. Sir.
Hey.
Don't hate me, sir. You stupid.
Hello.
Hello.
Aloha.
Oh my god. Shut up. Oh my god, my eye is twitching now. Oh god. I am miserable. I was so happy when I was alone in the house.
Damn.
I was, because I didn't have to hear their fucking yelling and screaming, and now I have a twitchy eye. I have a headache. I want to die. Man, and this ain't fair, man. This ain't fair.
Yeah.
Jester, when are you gonna make room for me to go in the house?
What?
Yeah, I need to go in there, you know?
What do you want to do in here?
Fucking get away from this fucking goddamn country.
You sure you want to be in the same place as me? Maybe,
Oh no, you're good. You're sleeping on the balcony.
yo, with all my past family members out there,
Yeah, you'll feel
nice.
right at home.
It'll be so warm.
Yeah,
Have a rat
it'll be
party.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll have your own rat party.
Nah, I'll just be like super loud. You live with me?
You can't
Furiously typing away stories.
Well, that I don't care. That's your job.
Stories. That's not the job. That's the other things.
Oh, your book.
What the hell? What the hell? Hold on, let me mute.
Someone got in trouble. Someone got in. How do I make? What are these things called? Macarons? Forget. I need to do like big strokes. Ugh. If I go quiet, I'm sorry. I just want to concentrate a wee bit. Because I want to at least draw at least 6 pages and line them in this, at least in the latter half of the stream. What am I gonna do for the next page? I got an idea. I'm gonna use the symmetry tool as my friend. You're my best friend. And then take a break. Take a break. Take a break. Oh, wait. No. It was the other way. It's the other way. Take a break to eat. Because I'm gonna make the next page like a cafe scene. Like, I keep like trying to overcomplicate this when I don't need to, especially with the style that I went with. So it's like not that much of a big deal. I mean, it's a big deal because I'm jumping into this for you, but I don't want to like overcomplicate myself. Or at least like try to like keep it, you know. These look like the fucking pretty patties from SpongeBob. I'll probably like rearrange this so it looks like a social media post. I know it looks like all gobbledygook, but trust the process. Ooh. Okay. There we go. I mean, the back ones I don't think I need. I think this like little tower is fine. Now I just want to rearrange this a little bit so it can look like a social media post. Like, let's move this like over here.
I pulled up in that 18th, let it repeat buggy. Had to switch the hue cause I'm LA boy smuggy, but more likely to get hurt by somebody who love me. My lady, she don't trust me. Know I'm a sick puppy. Know that women throw themselves at me and men want me. Anything could happen for attention and rent.
Actually, let me use this, take this off.
So much back then, so much entitlement. My so many white diamonds. Yeah, I got jungle fever, but they didn't raise me, so shout out black women. So much commenting. Show me what you got. Tell me the highs of the valley that your boots stood at. You couldn't fit in my loafers if you took a steroid, and I wouldn't handle your bag.
And put that there. And put like a heart. A heart. Thing. A speech bubble. And then probably put an @ symbol. Underscore flavor. And then is this it? Okay. As we're in her kitchen.
Look, I don't fuck with parties, I don't fuck with the paparazzi. Never have I drove a Hellcat or a Maserati. Never needed others for my personal validation.
And welcome to her kitchen. I got bananas and avocados.
I never seen a Mary, never posted on TikTok. I never had desire for promethazine in the soda. Never made eye contact with a woman in Fashion Nova. Never had to fit in no lane. Never wore Beats by Dre headphones to get a video made. Bunny hop validated, pedaling.
There we go. That's a good layout for our page. Okay. Now I got one more to do before I go online art everything. Oh man, I'm so tired. And they finally stopped screaming. Thank the fucking Lord. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Ooh. Do I take drawing requests? Not at the moment. Oh. It's not one of those streams right now. Oh, look who's back.
I am back.
Did you get in trouble?
The one time I didn't pick up or I didn't let it go to voice. No, that was potentially elite. So that was good. Yeah. No, I'm not in trouble yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. He says.
Ooh. Oh, okay. Now I gotta consider.
Consider what?
Do I get this job or not? Well, maybe I should have aimed even higher. So I was like, they asked like, how much were they paying you at your last company? And then I just, instead of answering that, I said, if I'm gonna join a new company, I'm looking to make it this much. And he's like, okay, no issues there. I'm like, should have said more maybe.
Dumbass.
But yeah.
You
yeah.
never give them a fucking number. You always ask what's their budget.
Yeah, I suppose I should have done that. I don't
Yes,
do
you
enough
should've.
interviews.
Oh my god.
Because I'm just like, usually I'm just like sticking around, whatever, for a while. But I did say higher than what I made. So hopefully that just means like, you know, it's still better.
Higher.
I know I should have. I'm too much of a people pleaser in the professional world anyway. Try to make things work.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah, and these guys are close. I'm gonna have to be on site though if I were to. But they're close, like very close. So.
At least they're close, you know.
Yeah. Directions. Let's see. $20 away. Yeah.
Oh, that's not that bad.
And it's just, and that's by bus.
An unintelligent moment.
Yo, come on, Hassan. Come on.
I mean, I mean, you gotta admit, even for you, that was pretty dumb.
I mean, I don't know. How come this person has a symbol next?
Huh?
You see in the chat? Probably on Twitch side.
Yeah, probably.
What is a symbol? Must be a Twitch thing.
They have a recap.
I see. That's cap.
It's cap. Yeah, the recap.
Yeah.
Yeah, the recap.
Well, either way, I should be doing that. Honestly, I don't even know if I'm qualified for it, but guy says no.
Honestly,
It's like
who the fuck?
I'm like, okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna tell them that.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Why the fuck would you tell them? Why would you say something? Idiot.
Right? I mean, I did ask about.
I'm probably not qualified for half the shit I apply for, but I still apply for it.
Yeah.
They don't need to know my business.
It's all about faking it through, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes.
It's really all it is.
I know I can make it through. If I hold out, if I do, I know I can make it through. I'm trying to think. Let me use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Alright.
Sometimes taking a lap helps me think. You be entertained.
Okay. No. I got stuff.
Tell them about your story.
No.
That you argued with
That's
me
too
last
many
night.
spoilers.
What
Oh, well, that
spoilers?
part.
You're
I don't know what.
gonna read it.
They might.
Bitch,
Who
just
knows?
talk about your fucking book. I'll be right back.
No, I got stuff to do. Hold on.
Oh, shut up.
No, I got stuff to read. Hold on.
Talk about the book. I'm loving you late.
Boom, boom, boom. But it's not. Guess so. Guess so. What are we saying is worth it again? I lost track of this conversation.
Oh my god.
What can I say about my story? If I were to talk about it. Oh, you're back? Okay, then I don't have to talk about it.
Were you silent this entire time, you piece of shit?
I was fucking reading. I had shit to read.
Keep reading.
No, I'm done now. I responded. My lawyer got back to me. Yeah.
I was lord shit. I thought you were talking about your novel that I had to read.
No. While I was on the phone, the lawyer emailed. Oh. Let's see what this is about. They got back to me about what the other side said. And they are offering more, so I'm like, all right, fine, we'll take it.
You're twisting my arm. I guess I'll take more.
Yeah. So basically, it's like, my friend who advised me, but is not actually representing me, like, you should ask for this amount. And then the lawyer was like, separately, you should ask for this amount, same amount. I'm like, yeah, okay, that sounds correct then. Let's go with it. Oh, but one more thing. My friend, I didn't tell him that my friend gave me suggestions as well. But I was like, if I was recruited by you guys to work with you guys from a separate company, basically, I don't know if it's the term is actually poaching or not, but I guess colloquially, if it's considered poaching, maybe I can ask for more. So it's like, all right, then we'll throw in an extra month. In the negotiations, gonna ask for this much. And so only now, I guess, the other guy got back to us, the other side, and they were like, well, on that note of poaching, it's actually very common practice. This guy left the previous company on his own. It was his wish. It's very, blah, blah, etc. Like, we're not gonna compensate based on that, but we're still gonna offer this amount, which is about half of what we were going. A little bit less, a little bit less than half, but it was close enough to what kind of like the lawyer and friends said would result in. So I was like, yeah, close enough, whatever. Because I've always felt like I don't have much of a case. But it's like, if this is standard practice to argue regardless, and this is what to expect, then okay, fine. Whatever. So, but now this complicates things further. I gotta call the government again and be like, by the way, I just got this amount of money, so. Yeah.
sucks for you.
It doesn't suck. Money. It's just
Money
it's just a process.
Money is money,
you know?
money is money, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah. And they were like in their letter in response, like he's this age. There's still lots of opportunities. It's an area where there are lots of jobs available. I'm not gonna give him that much more. Like, okay, fine. Overall, it seems like things are picking up, so I don't want to be like, you need to pay.
You need to leave.
You need to leave. Give me a bit more than just crumbs.
Give me your money. Give
Right.
me your fucking money.
You need to stay in jail.
You need to go to jail.
Love going to jail. What? Who said that?
You did, sir.
No.
And not in Monopoly, mind you.
Yeah.
You finna want to go to jail all the time.
I won't say all the time.
I would.
It's because I keep rolling doubles 3 times and that's just how.
Yeah. Because he's a cheetah.
Cheetah.
He's a 30 cheetah.
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 Now my consideration is if I do go with this. Well, I wonder. I don't know. I mean, I'll see. It might amount to nothing with this job opportunity. Because I'm like considering because like next week I'm going out of town for like a few days.
For what?
Vacation, annual cottage trip. Cause like I hope I don't have anything conflicting with those days for one thing. But it's like with the freelancing, at least I still want to get something done this month for them because it's like a 1 month deadline thing. And it's like if I take on this other thing, I don't want it to conflict with this. But if I ask to push back until July, let's say, before I do this, then it's like, are they going to be? Oh, we need somebody else right now. Like, I hope that's not the case. I don't. But maybe my low offer is enough for them to like, okay, we'll wait. Who knows?
Damn.
Maybe I should have asked for like 6 figures. That might be too much, though. I don't know. Who knows?
No, you're right. It probably would be too much if you asked for like fucking that much money. But you probably should have asked their budget because they probably could have gone higher than what you asked.
Yeah. Yeah, next time. There won't be no next time. I apologize. Time the game back. I know I'm alive. You know what? Let me not finish these problematic lyrics from Eminem.
Problematic or what?
Yeah, it's Eminem, after all.
No, I'm always questioning what you just said.
Yeah, problematic. Let me not finish these problematic lyrics from. Just gonna stand there and watch me. That's alright, because. Just gonna stand there and hear me cry. That's alright, because the way I love the way you love.
It's like 12 years old, no?
Yeah, probably. I like the second version with Rihanna as the main person.
Oh,
You know
yeah?
that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that one.
The fuck? No.
So maybe it's a kiss. Not me though. Kiss.
You what?
So not me though. I'm not a masochist. I feel like maybe my laptop is interfering with my voice traveling towards the mic.
It's that, and I'm like not fully concentrating on what you're saying right now.
Yeah. You and me both.
I mean, You're just a jackass.
You and me both.
Fuck you fucking piece of shit, you unemployed bastard.
For now, I'm not even fully unemployed right now. You know what? Actually, you know what? Let me not put that on tape. Let me not say that. Record. Strike it out.
Better pray and
Treat this like a court of law.
You better pray they don't find this shit.
I need to leave.
Nah, you win
Okay.
it, boy.
They don't know who I am. Nobody knows. Don't dox me.
Are you asking me not to dox you?
Whoever's listening.
Wow, they don't know your
Hey, everybody.
address like I do.
You don't. I could have changed it since. Yo, that money comes in and I'm like, you know what? Let me fix this place up and then I move. I've done that. No, it doesn't make sense now to move. Never mind.
Yeah, why would you?
Not makes sense.
Yeah,
Especially if I'm like 20 minutes away.
Exactly. If you're that close.
Yeah, but that means I gotta like be on site all the time. You know, I need it. I don't think. Hot take. I don't think working from home is actually good. But who knows? Who fucking knows?
I mean, I work from home and I'm fine. It's just you.
Yeah, I just said it's me. It says not good for me.
Oh, it's not. Then it's not a hot take. Because we all know you're pretty fucking lazy.
Not everyone thinks I'm like super motivated by. Oh, what the hell?
I mean, yes and no.
I don't know what we're referring to right now.
You being motivated by money?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm kind of not. But I just scroll through Instagram and randomly as Drizzy Drake he turned his home basketball court into a big closet. It kind of looks like a flea market. Why would you do
He's a fucking
that?
weirdo, man.
Like, I also kind of if I was a celebrity, I don't think I would have. I don't think that's necessary. I would have maybe like 2 racks of clothes on. That's it. Even now, I feel like I have too much. So.
If I had money, I would just get the necessities and fucking live quietly.
But would you go the route of like Steve Jobs? Why'd I say like it's biblical? Steve Jobs.
Why did you say it like that?
I don't know. I can't answer everything. One question at a time. And just have the same shirt over.
No, I would have.
I kind of do already.
Wardrobe. Yeah, you have that.
I have like
stupid ass nipple shirt, dude.
That's like. Listen, I don't have multiples of that one.
No, you just wear it over and over and over again.
Yeah, I really do. But like if I have like these Nike t-shirts that are just like casual or sports. So I bought like 5 at once kind of thing. And yeah. So I kind of just always have the same look but different color.
I mean, that's what you're into, man. I'm not gonna hold it against you.
No one should. If they do, I'm having a slap back.
Why do you want to slap people? What the hell's wrong with you?
Because I'm gonna stand for my fashion rights.
You gotta fight for your right to party.
Yes. Even though I don't party much.
Yeah, I know.
Are you calling me boring?
No.
Yeah, I'm calling me boring.
You said it, not me.
Yeah, I did say it. I did say it.
Bitch, you said what you said.
I'd rather be
dead.
I don't know if I'd rather be famous.
Nah, that's too much pressure. But money, though. I do like the money.
Yeah.
Money is nice.
Mhm.
Your whole life being under a microscope, like, to the point where they'll judge you for, I don't know, walking wrong. Or breathing wrong.
Wait, who's breathing wrong?
No one. It's just a hyperbole, you idiot.
Oh. Thought we segued into an asthma conversation that
No.
got changed.
No.
Yeah.
Idiot.
Yeah.
Just see how long the fucking food will get here. So I can
What'd you
start
get?
ordering. I might get a burrito bowl.
Okay.
Nothing too much, too messy. Where's my phone? Jester, where's my phone?
Right here.
Jester, where's my phone?
Maybe where you left your house key? Oh.
In my car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that how that story ended?
Huh?
I was like, is that how that story ended?
No, I threw out my house keys and they're at the city dump.
Oh, okay.
No, you idiot.
What a dump.
You are a dump.
Nah, not me. The fuck. Picks like use of me.
You are a dumpy.
I got a dumpy, but I'm not. I'm not what I eat in that case.
Smack ass.
Smack, smack.
Right on the floor, smack, smack. Give me some more. Smack, smack. Right on the floor, smack, smack. Oh. Let's see what else is around before I commit.
Get burrito.
Huh?
Get burrito.
Yeah, I might end up getting the burrito.
Yeah.
And I think I have hot sauce here.
Mm-hmm.
Ink. I believe so.
Don't believe it.
Just gotta believe. What's so funny?
You'll see.
Okay.
You'll see.
He's gonna send me something stupid.
I mean, have some faith in it.
He finna send me something real stupid. What the hell's wrong with you?
Don't worry.
Are you okay?
It's like so fine. Like, never been finer.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I be?
I don't know. You're just making these weird noises right now. It's very concerning.
I'm just laughing.
Laughing at what?
I sent it to you, you'll see. And you'll see it and it's like, no.
bruh.
He'd be like,
Let me see. Where'd you send it?
Just IG.
Well, you send it through Instagram.
Yeah. That's what IG is.
Fucking asshole.
Let's go back to work.
Yeah, fucking. Oh my god!
What?
All these notifications.
From me?
What is this? What the fuck?
What? That's not the right thing. That was not the reaction I expected.
It just came out of fucking nowhere. Why is he walking like that? It's just the fucking. He's walking like that, smiles, and then he gets fucking wrecked at the door. What the fuck? Oh my god, what the fuck was that? Sir.
I love it. I love it.
Anyways, hi Horace. Guess that, it's Horse.
Yeah, I heard.
Say hi to
It's a
Horse.
Do I have to?
Yes.
Hi, horse.
Yes. The hell's wrong with you?
Nothing.
Seems to me like there's a lot of things are wrong with you. Why don't you want to say hi to Horse?
Because I'm busy. That's fine. That's the only
You're making what are you writing again?
work.
No, what you
Actual
showed me
work.
last night.
What about it? What's your question?
What were you writing? Were you trying to write or whatever?
Story?
You got more unintelligent moments. Congratulations.
How so?
I don't know. Maybe because you didn't want to say hi to Horse.
Oh, that's not.
That's just mean. And unintelligent because meanies are unintelligent. Not me though. Just relax, man.
I'm anxious. Not really
Anxious
anxious.
over what?
I don't know. Let me cook.
Uh,
I'm working over here.
hey, I'm working over here. I need a laugh track button.
You need a laugh track button?
Not Beavis and Butthead. The fuck?
Just cue me. And then I'll...
Then you'll fucking fuck it up. Watch.
Yo.
I'm walking over here. Laugh. You sound like a mixture of Beavis and Butthead and Fat Albert.
I don't know how Fat Albert sounds like.
Hey, 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 it's Fat Albert. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, what the fuck was that?
Damn. Gesture just somebody that I used to. Anxiety.
Is my anxiety.
You see that one clip of a guy doing karaoke with those songs?
Hey, what?
It's like a clip of some guy doing karaoke and like he's singing that anxiety song, but then it like transitions into the chorus of somebody I used to know, right on the screen.
Uh-huh.
But he's just singing along with it. And then he goes, oh wait, that's the wrong song. Wait, what? Wait, what? Because like the words on the screen are exactly what he's saying.
Bruh,
Is margarine unhealthy?
I think
Or is that
margarine
urban legend?
I think margarine is like vegetable oil.
Yeah, but is it bad for you?
Why?
Because I've heard, I don't know, like I remember growing up, some people had said like, it's not as good. I don't know if it's true, but I got it for free recently, and I use it. I'm like, yo, this flavor is actually not bad. The texture is a little bit better to spread than butter as well on like toast. Because
well,
if I
margarine
keep
is vegan friendly because it's a plant based. It's plant based.
yeah, I just don't know if they process it so much that it's actually or relatively unhealthier. Okay.
Oh, it can be a good source of omega-3 fatty acids, almost, but also may contain trans fats, which are unhealthy.
Yeah.
Generally lower saturated fat than butter, but older margarines can be high in trans fats.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's because like. Then again, I think butter doesn't expire or something, but if it's not butter, maybe it can. Margarine. But either way, I don't think I'm eating super old margarine.
Is there
might be slightly expired, but
slightly expired, he says. Jesus Christ.
That's what you get when it's free.
Still alive. Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
What did you do?
Oh wait, no. Wait. Yeah, I think it's fine. No, because it's like over here, because like French is a so we see BB/MA. BB is best before, and I think MA. I don't know, but well, I think it means the same thing, but I don't know. But I thought MA was May, so I was like, uh-oh, May? Expired then. But no. Because then it's followed by 2025, 11, 09, in a single string of numbers. So I guess that either means November 9th or... Which one? Either way, it's not expired. Can't believe it's not butter.
I hope it's not expired.
Not to be their spokesperson, but
please.
Trans fat on it?
I have a headache enough. Don't fucking die, okay?
I feel like that would cure your headaches. The way you shit talk me all the time.
Well, I mean, it could, but you don't scream in my head.
I don't. I can start.
In fact, you're the opposite of a screamer.
I'm a quieter.
You're required to scream, huh?
I am a quieter. Is it a word? Probably not. I mean, it is, but not used to. I don't know. You know what? Fucking. You know what? I don't know.
Never mind, you still give me headaches.
I asked a very small group of friends, do you guys read such and such? And if so, do you have recommendations? What do you need this for? Should I be worried? I'm like, it's just for research.
Bruh.
Like what we talking about last night?
Yeah, you could have just asked me.
I know. But I was going to bed. Well, I didn't sleep right, but I was doing shit. I wrote a little bit more.
Oh boy.
I started writing the first bit of it. I'm like, you know what? Pause. Let me just flesh out what the characters are first before I dive into dialogues. It's gonna change how they say things.
Yeah.
So I switched to that a little bit instead.
That's important because I will admit, while I was reading it, it didn't sound like a different person. It sounded like you.
It's just the way I saw it, they're just like husks people. They're not like real characters.
Exactly. They're not anything.
Yeah.
They're
individual
not
number
fleshed.
1 and 2. Yeah.
Like, the way they speak on things is like,
Yeah.
not to toot my own horn, but toot toot. Compared to
Toot.
like how I wrote it, the characters have personalities,
Yeah.
and so they react to situations differently.
I think it's important. Like that's definitely like base, right? Everyone has to have patience, blah, blah, etc. But the next level, which I haven't figured out yet, is vocabulary, right? Because you could be like expressing very different opinions, but word usage and all that, they sound good.
The thing, an exercise that is good is ask yourself, how would your characters react in this situation?
Yeah. So I think I'm able to tap into sets and alright, so if this is my, this is what I believe in, these are the things I support, these are thoughts in this kind of situation. This is what I would say, but it's what I would say in my verbiage.
Like,
sentence structure.
think about this. Like, in one of the chapters I wrote, I put them in that sort of situation with a fucking screaming, crying child.
Yeah.
One of the characters wanted to help the kid because it's a lost little kid, and he'd feel guilty leaving that kid just alone by themselves. The other character wants to leave the kid behind because it's a screaming child and she doesn't have time for any nonsense.
She chose wisely.
Exactly, it's like shit like that. I mean, you ain't wrong. Fuck them kids, but it's shit like that you need to think about. Like, say someone cut in front of them, how would they react exactly?
Yeah. I don't think I'll ever write children characters. That's gonna give me away as like, yo, this guy doesn't. I don't know how kids talk. I am away from them. Long.
Well, they will sugarcoat anything and they will speak whatever's on their mind. They have no filter.
They'll be like, you need to leave.
Yeah, anything like mean or absurd that will pop in your head, they'll say it. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
My food was picked up. Hell yeah. Alright.
I'm making toast.
Damn. Is it good toast?
I'm cutting my own bread with a butter knife. It's gonna be super jagged edges.
Can you please fucking get a knife set?
Costs money.
I've been telling you to get a knife set even when you had your job. And what you do, you bought $200 worth of SpongeBob cards.
I think you got the chronology wrong.
No,
I could have spent some more today. A lot of people spend money on cards today, globally. Because there's some special Final Fantasy cards that came out. You can only order online. Guess who ordered some? Not me, because I have no...
If it was you, I was gonna throw the chancla at you.
Throw the what?
Chancla.
Oh, no chancla.
Because I got it right here.
I'm gonna need someone to check off intelligent. Give me like 200,000.
200,000 intelligent moments?
Yeah.
Oh.
For being smart with my money?
$200 SpongeBob card.
Worth it.
I will keep bringing that up every time you say, oh, I'm smart with money.
If I sell them individually, I'll make money.
Oh,
So
shut
was
up.
it smart? Yes. That's how investments work. You get it at a lower rate than you sell it for. Doesn't matter what it is. As long as you get more out of it,
How many cards
that's all
have
that
you sold in
matters.
your lifetime?
One. But the point is, the value is there. Okay.
That's all I need to hear, babes.
No, it doesn't matter.
I mean, it kind of does matter.
Not
You only
really.
sold the one.
It's like maybe I only sold one NFT, but I have a whole collection of them I can sell anytime. And you know, art retains its value and rises.
Jester, I don't even think you believe your words. I don't even think you believe what you're saying right now.
Traditional art, I think yes.
Oh boy.
Not NFTs. Listen, I learned that from Jay-Z. Story of OJ. What can go wrong?
Sorry, I'm typing a message to my wife.
Have y'all heard of the game in ZOI? ZOI, I guess? Americans? It's like Korean made. Wait, that's a bad start to it. It's like Sims, but it's like much more
Enzoy.
complex. Or is it? I don't know.
Enzoy. It's called Enzoy.
It looks like, but it's IN, so I'm just saying it's.
Yeah,
don't know.
Enzoy. It's pronounced
Yeah,
Enzoy.
Yeah, that one. Bad start to it. I didn't know it was released.
No,
And my
it's
friend's playing
it's
it,
in early
so-
access. It's
Oh,
not
okay.
fully released.
Cool.
Like, a lot of people have been playing it, and so far it does like have a lot more features than The Sims, but they've been falling off on it because it's in early access and it's still like buggy and shit.
Yeah.
That's
That's
why
true.
I didn't buy it, because again, it's in early access. There's no point.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm gonna get more water,
Mhm.
and I'll be right back. You behave, okay?
I'm behaving. I'm working.
And then
Oh, who
I can
joined?
give you some book recommendations.
Cool. Should do that. Hi, Jessica.
Where's my baby? This is my baby. 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 My baby.
So, that was a fucking lie.
Which
You're
part?
not home alone anymore?
No, and immediately I'm interrupted. What?
Damn.
That's a mood. I'll be right back.
How you doing?
So yeah, no, I'm not home alone.
Hmm.
I was home for less than an hour before they came waddling in. I was under the impression that they were going somewhere to a store and then going to the gym, so they would have been maybe an hour or two away.
Mhm.
Shut up!
Okay.
And so you can imagine the scowl on my face when I saw them through the fucking camera.
Mhm.
Because I was gonna join on the phone, and then I heard the fucking doorbell. So I should knock on the door.
quite unfortunate. Are they gonna go out later instead?
Huh?
Are you going out later instead?
Fuck no, I ain't leaving this house. Are you out your mind?
I mean them.
They ain't leaving.
Yeah. Unintelligent with counting money. Was I counting money? I don't even remember. Wait, does that make it unintelligent? Shit.
Out of unintelligent moments later with you.
Wait.
I can't name one of them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm back.
Yep.
Hello.
What's up? What's happening? What I missed?
Everything. All of us.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Really? Oh yeah, Jester wants some suggestions for books to read.
Okay.
Or to help him with his story. And he didn't think to ask the two people who fucking live for that shit.
I
I didn't know you
mean,
lived for it. I don't know.
I don't know if asking me is a good idea.
Well, if you have high standards, good enough for me.
He does.
Okay.
I
Hand it
do,
over.
but I don't fucking read. I don't read regular romance.
Who needs regular rom? Hand it over.
Motherfucker, I read gay shit.
Okay. Let them be
Not
gay.
that
Fine with
Of
gay
course
shit.
there's-
I,
I mean, that's
Whatever.
regular romance.
The way I see it, I don't care what people's genders are in romance. Assume they should function relatively similar. Right? Am I wrong? I don't know.
they don't consider it regular romance. Well, I quote unquote the straights.
I mean, I don't know. I just feel like dynamically it would probably be similar. You know?
Well, it depends on the dynamic you're looking for, buddy boy.
I don't know what I'm looking for, to be honest.
Oh.
You know, I just need reference points. So, take whatever.
Okay.
As long as it's not like trash, shitty writing.
Fucking whiner. Okay.
What were we talking about?
I was saying I didn't think it matters the relationship. Romantic relationships are straight, non-straight, etc. I just thought, like, dynamically, isn't it just similar as long as there are two people, let's say, who are into each other? Doesn't matter what they are.
My brother in Christ, I asked the dynamic because I read shit like enemies to lovers type fucking thing. That's what I mean by dynamic, dummy.
Oh, so you're talking about gender. But you said gay shit, didn't you? So I thought, oh, you're
Yeah,
talking about...
I read gay shit, but the dynamic of the gay shit is things like enemies to lovers.
I know.
Yeah.
I think what she's saying, it was happening here is like it doesn't matter. The gender doesn't matter,
No.
but
Yeah.
you know, the gay. But what matters is the dynamic between the two characters.
I think it's still fine for me as reference points, right? If anything, it's like, oh, well, this doesn't apply to this specific couple. That's fine, whatever. You know, at least I have just more of a wealth of knowledge to draw from. I'll take anything. As long as it's not like, yeah, like dogs and cats don't really talk to each other like this, so you very like, no.
Cats.
Shit.
What the fuck?
I thought we were talking about the weird shit.
We're not talking about furry shit, man.
Oh.
Christ.
Crazy.
We're not recommending furry shit if that's what you're implying.
I should write people like they're animals, the way they act, but they're just straight up people. And they like jump around and stuff.
I mean, that's what literally every romance writer does.
Write them as animals?
Yeah. They say shit like, oh, they growl at you, they move animalistically like I don't know, a wolf going for his prey, blah blah blah.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I mean, depends on your audience.
And that's kind of my issue with trying to approach this genre without enough experience. Is like, this sounds like shit, but if that's what people like, then I gotta go against my own instincts and just cater to the audience.
No. You just write what you like to write, or what you
I know,
like
but
is good. You don't have
I get
to be
that.
like everybody. You don't. Well, yeah, and then you.
This reminds me of a university course I took, which to this day, I don't know. Like, I'm kind of on the fence. I don't know how useful that was. I don't do it, but they were like, and this kind of more applied to like technical writing. So we studied different kinds of writing. So for example, it would be like film review, food review, or I don't know, like opinion piece, whatever it is. And this professor would be like, all right, do benchmark. So what that meant to us was count how many paragraphs there are in this piece, how many words there are in each paragraph, how many sentences are there, how many words are in the sentence, and then like the kinds of words that are used. Like, let's say how many adjectives per sentence. And we had to like fucking statistically compile that information, man. And the final numbers after going through several of these articles, like, all right, now produce an article that meets these figures. And that's how you produce something that's, you know, in line with the standard. I was like, I don't fucking know if that's how you should be writing, but maybe it makes sense. I don't know. I don't do it. It's a weird practice to me.
No.
Yeah.
That sounds like you're just setting yourself up for pandering.
I mean, if anything, that's what AI does now. So it's like, if that's what it does that mean it was on the right path? I don't know.
No. AI can't, like, write well at all in general, so.
Hmm.
Like, you can.
It's getting better, though.
Getting better, but there's still no soul to it.
Yeah.
See, then that's your issue, man. You're thinking too logical about this.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes you just need to, like, just write.
I used to go the other way, right? I used to be like, this is the setting, this is kind of the topic that you're going to touch on, and these are the individuals involved in this conversation. And I just write. I just bounce back and forth with a different perspective, where it's like purposeful yapping, but not just like point.
That's where you make an outline.
Yeah. I get that, but filling out those words is what I'm talking about. Because it's not like I don't have outlines. It's like after the outline, how do you flesh it out?
Oh.
I don't know either. Not always, but sometimes it comes out well, sometimes rewrite.
I'm trying to, like, break it down how I did it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, it just came, like, it just flowed naturally to me.
Mm.
But maybe reading something like that could help.
Yeah.
One of the books I read was, like, Well, I read books with like black protagonists
Hmm.
because, again, I wrote something with a black protagonist, and I didn't want something that spoke to the black audience, but I didn't want to pander.
Hmm.
And I read one with. Well, I read a couple. I still have a couple here that I didn't finish.
Hmm.
But you still got the sense that she was black, or the main character was black.
Hmm.
So there's also that.
Sometimes I want to avoid race discussions in case I get
In case you get canceled.
Yeah. It's like, it's delicate. Some people are extreme about it, some people are not, but if I get the the wrong people pissed off, I don't want to deal with it.
I mean, you're gonna deal with it anyways, dude. No matter what.
Yeah,
There's no avoiding that.
I suppose. Maybe like that.
But, what I was gonna say. But that's just me. That's what I sought after. Because I know people hate it when you describe a black character's skin color as chocolate.
Yeah.
Oh. You know, I looked up like other ways to like do it. But,
Burgundy.
no, you idiot.
Oh.
That's a type of red.
I'm colorblind. No, I'm not really, but
No, you're just stupid.
I wouldn't say all that.
I would.
Don't.
I just did.
Yo, stop.
Yeah. But I did ultimately go with Hot Cocoa because it's a Christmas book and he's Santa Claus.
Oh yeah.
So it just makes
So it's gotta be
sense.
thematic.
It doesn't have to be thematic. I just made it thematic because, again, he's literally Santa Claus. The thing he'll think about when he looks at her is going to be hot chocolate.
Yes.
Exactly. So, but you don't have to do it that way if you don't want to.
If Noel was white with red hair, would he have said Candy Cane?
Don't get canceled on my stream, please.
I don't think that would have been the one that canceled.
Don't whitewash my characters.
I do shit.
Don't get canceled.
Then don't cancel me. Done. Easy.
It's
That's the
not
best
up to me.
defense. The best argument. You want me canceled? Don't cancel me.
Hear that, guys? Don't cancel him.
Yeah. I'm not allowed.
Force is calling you out.
For what? Wait, hold on. Let me see. Oh. I didn't do shit. Oh, you.
But yeah, one of the important thing you need to think about is like, what's her personality and what's his personality.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing you don't know.
No, I put a little some last night before I slept.
You put
I added more.
What you put?
Oh, that was a question. Let me pull up. Idea why I pull up. I should be working. What the fuck am I doing? Hold on. I also wrote this on a separate account, and now I'm wondering, maybe I shouldn't be so, because I didn't want, this topic to be tied to me.
Such a prude.
Yeah, reputation, I went to the discard changes. Set discard changes. Find save changes. Yo, what the fuck? Back, please, back. Please go back. Boom. Discard changes. Why is it trapping me here? Stuck on the page. Wait, hold on. Back. Oh my god. Again with the bullshit. Leave page. Okay. So I made the guy. I'm saying is this fleshed out? Okay, so he's an agreeable guy, and he avoids confrontation. And he would sometimes compromise to the point where he kind of neglects his own needs. He's willing to take risks to please others. And I have here, grew up as an underperforming student, according to his parents. And then when they kicked him out at 18, he tried to provide for himself through various means, and then ultimately streaming. And so I wanted him to be a character who is willing to do shit for views type of thing, like for others' approval. And so I thought, okay, maybe because he didn't get approved by his family, that's why he's kind of yearning for it. And he's, able to make a living off of it when traditional routes got him nowhere. So he's just like kind of in his zone with what he wants to do in a sense, getting both the approval and with her, she's bored with the stable and passive. That's kind of the sense I had original. So I don't know if that's, to an extent, that's probably still true. Yearns to see more of the. She had a strict upbringing that makes her kind of default to more of a proper and prudent exterior. At the same time, being more free has always been something that's like very appealing. So I've modified some of the chapter as well, the first one, so that when she interacts with him, she's actually more, like happier and not just straight up. So starts off over happy with him, but wishes he was more assertive. And just, like, he's in a way doing things for himself because he's making a living and all that stuff, but it's like, don't just do shit because people, don't just comply because of. But at the same time, so that's why at first I'm gonna have. I think she forced it a little bit of like, oh, don't just like let people, tell you to do this and then you do it on the stream. But at the same time, it's like he is providing, not 100%, but like she would need more than that to really start being upset with him. So she might just throw in, oh, like, watch out for yourself, don't push yourself too hard for others type of thing, but then kind of just leave it at that. But it is there from the beginning so that when later on it builds up, it makes a bit of sense. What else did I say about her? Right, so I put like she's attracted to his carefree lifestyle, but it's more so about the qualities than the actual person. So I think somebody else who embodies these things could pull her attention, especially if that person also more like a little bit more self-centered, you know, like will look out for themselves and not be a pushover.
Oh.
And so I think that other third character is going to be a bit more.
So between the two of them, she's
Yeah.
more reserved,
Yeah,
and he's more carefree.
yeah.
And she's
But she does
attracted-
like, yeah,
she's attracted to his carefree lifestyle.
yeah. And so I guess
Wants
it's like,
that for herself.
yeah, so there's a bit of like an inner struggle of like, this is how I've been raised, so I'm kind of defaulting to like, oh, like that. I just want to attract attention, let's just be chill, blah, blah, whatever. But at the same time, she enjoys it. But she just can't fully let herself go.
So, if he openly starts flirting with her, how would she react?
It depends on the setting. In private, I think she's fine with it. In that first scene I wrote, first chapter, prior to maybe more changes, it's not that private setting. So maybe I'll add more to that, because currently, like these ideas are kind of new last night, so I've nothing that references any of them.
Wait. The setting of the first chapter, is it in
Yeah.
private?
It currently is private right now, because it's not done. Like I started rewriting a little bit, and I was like, let me switch to the notes first before I continue changing it. So it's like I don't want to just publish a half-finished chapter, so I just took it off. Oh, you're talking about I see. You're talking about when they get active, is it in private or not? That's what you're not fully private, not full.
So,
But people can see, but they're kind of like in their space technically, but it's visible.
do they have so it's in an area where it's private, but they have the potential to get caught?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So I think even with the original, I just don't have as much emphasis on her, like, oh, whatever. A bit of that.
Because when I was reading it last night, I didn't really get the feeling that she was like reserved. It's more like she was just
because I came up with that after I just the whole reserve.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Because I started writing about him, like what should he be? I'm like, oh well. And I thought, oh well, maybe she wants that. Maybe she wants that in him. So maybe she's not like that. It's kind of developed it.
Another thing when writing
Yeah.
that I also learned during the acting class
Yeah.
is the idea of need versus want.
Right.
Like,
And they can fix them that.
no.
What?
I'm trying to think of an example. Like Tony Stark, for instance.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm getting like bits of cilantro, and it's fucking me up. It tastes like, it does taste like fucking soap to me.
Soap?
Yeah. I like that.
It's a genetic thing, right? I think.
Yeah.
I feel like if you don't like cilantro, you gotta say.
Huh?
I feel like if you don't like cilantro, you have to say coriander.
Any whore. This guy.
You know what I'm talking about.
this motherfucker.
I
That's
don't
me.
know. Anyways, what was I saying? The motherfucker made me fucking lose track of my mind.
Want and Need, and you talked about Tony Stark.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, his want throughout the movie is to build a better suit, right?
Right.
But what he needed is a way to how to describe it? His need ended up being finding a way to protect others and the people he cared about.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sometimes the want and need are the same, sometimes they're not. It
Yeah.
depends on the hero's journey. Like,
Yep.
For my characters, Noelle, she wanted to get a promotion. That's her want. That was her want throughout the whole book. What she needed was to chill out and make connections with other people.
Mm-hmm. True.
And like, because that's her want and need. Like, I'm sorry. Why am I saying I'm sorry to you? You don't deserve it.
I do.
No, you don't.
I need a game. Remind me.
Jessica.
Esther, shut the hell up.
No.
Like, the idea is your character will start a certain way, but they won't end the same way. Unless you're Steve
Okay.
Rogers.
Stays boring?
You're so rude.
What's his need? Marry a woman. That specific.
Falcon and the Winter Soldier. That's a perfect example.
Yeah.
What does Sam want to do?
Sam wants to... What the hell does he want? He wants to also do it all day. Wait, is it? I don't know.
He wants to take care of his family and
Oh, yeah.
make sure people are taken care of. He wants to take care of people. That's his ultimate goal, is to make sure people are taken care of. That's what he wants to do.
Yeah.
Then what becomes his need?
The means to take care of them.
No. He becomes Captain America.
That's one way to say it.
Idiot. Yeah.
Whatever. That's one of it. That's one once, for sure. I'm thinking more because once you said, like, he wants to protect his own people, I kept thinking about his scene with him asking for a loan at the bank. That has nothing really to Captain America. But the objective remains.
Is to take care of people.
Yeah. So he wants the means,
And
whether
he's
it's money or Captain America.
or just
Falcon.
protecting people in general, because that's who Sam is. He likes to take care of people, and he wants to take care of people.
Yeah.
And his need is, well, he needed to accept the fact that in order to take care of the people, he has to be Captain America.
Yeah. Now I'm thinking, this occurred to me. What if my guy character, likes this carefree lifestyle and to please people, but in doing so loses the female lead's approval, then that becomes the con. I'll get that.
I didn't understand a word you were saying. You were just in mid-thought.
Yeah, I guess so. I keep typing and then pressing Control S, but it's a fucking browser, and it's like, no, I'm not trying to save away.
It auto saves.
I know. But my hands, every single sentence, I Control S. That's why Sifu was so hard for me. I keep killing the bug. No, not again.
Is Thor.
He just wants to party.
BB,
Yeah.
in the beginning of the movie, what did Thor want to do?
For what?
The first Thor movie.
Thor 1?
Mm-hmm.
Conquer, be a king.
Mm-hmm.
Revenge. I don't know.
Well, not revenge. He wanted to conquer. He wanted to destroy the frost giants. He wanted to be king.
Yeah.
But ultimately, what did he need to do?
Be humble. Sit down.
Exactly. Learn humility.
Yeah.
And Ben now.
Then Jane Foster. Yeah, Jane Foster. Dr. Jane.
Well, no, but ultimately, the need is he needed to learn humility.
Yeah. We are not playing Jeopardy. Nobody's playing anything.
If Jester wants to, I'll pull it up.
Hazan, can you give yourself an unintelligent counter? Thanks.
Wow. You're an asshole.
How am I the asshole when he's been keeping count forever?
You're
Let's
a
call
dick.
it giving back the same.
I'm sorry, Hassan. It's fair that you zoned out because we're just vibing, we're just hanging out.
We're having some deep discussions. What if I suddenly?
No, I was explaining. Like, I'm basically helping Jester out with story structure because he can't write.
Yo. Arguable. I can write. Just depends on what I'm writing. I should start writing. Yo, fuck this keyboard. I don't like laptop keyboards where the layout is slightly different and it's pressing the wrong.
I don't think I have like a keyboard.
Plug in a keyboard?
No.
There's just not enough room. I mean, I could just use the same keyboard, but it's back and forth. I don't want. And I just figure I might as well keep using it.
Hassan, you know what? He's a better man than you.
Is this a communal count? Are we all just in the same numbers? If that's the case, I probably have a very minority of that whole
That's a
number.
damn line, you know.
No. You're lying.
Anyways,
What was I gonna say again? I was gonna say something.
that want and need for your characters.
Right. I don't know if I was on that point still. That's okay. If it's important, it'll come back to me. And I
Like,
say
one of
that,
my
and I have like,
characters,
yeah.
her name is May Lee.
Mm-hmm.
She runs a community center for disenfranchised people with powers. What she wants to do is do right by her community and keep the kids safe. But what she needs to do is make the tough decision to cut the snake by the head.
Yes.
That's what you ultimately, what you think about is, where does this character want, and where does the character start, and what do they want, and how will they end, and figure out along the way. It's I needed this.
Yeah.
I mean,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Definitely need more thinking, brainstorm.
yeah.
Yeah.
Ultimately, what you need to do is just start building the characters first before you go back to writing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, figure out what their likes and dislikes are, what they look like, where they align in their values.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you could use 3 words to describe your characters, what 3 words would they be?
Tight. Which one?
Pick one.
From this story, let's go with the woman, and then I gotta think about it. Actually, before I do that, be right back. One few moments later.
Jessica,
Yeah.
how would you describe one of your characters in 3 words?
Short, cynical bastard.
That's the same thing I was thinking. She's probably gonna say like small, short, or little, cynical bastard.
I mean, yeah. It's accurate.
Mm-hmm. Because that's who he is. And at least, hi JP. At least you know, like, who this character is, what he's about, and it'll be easier to like a story around him. And that's what Jester needs to do. I don't know where he went. He probably went to the bathroom or something.
I said this where I was.
He's screaming from the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
I said that's where I was.
Did you wash your hands?
No. No time. You gotta act now. What are you talking about?
Wash your hands.
I'm already seated anyway, so the character,
Oh my God.
I would probably say she is. Yeah, I don't even know if reserved it should be high enough of a priority for me to say that, but maybe
3 words, go.
I kind of want to say ambitious, but not really, because like, what does she do towards that? I don't. See, I think that's the thing, is that there's a whole chunk of blank in the middle of the story that I don't know what's gonna happen, and I feel like I either need to know what, or I either need to figure out what I want to happen, and then kind of backtrack to the character to fill in those
No.
qualities, whatever.
No.
Or I start with the character and then have them progress. But like,
Rule of
I feel
thumb.
like,
Rule of thumb.
Huh?
Rule of thumb.
Okay.
Always start with the characters. It will be much easier to build the story around them. That way the
Well, I think-
dialogue and the listen to me, you fucking plebeian. The dialogue and the actions will come more naturally. Now you know who they are. And they're actually fully realized. Like, if they're in a situation like in a fucking desert, and you're thinking like, okay, so this character is more logical, they'll probably try to figure out which way is north. This one is kind of erratic. He'll probably fucking panic or something. This one's laid back. They'll probably try to do, I don't know, fucking build a sandcastle or
Drink
something like
cactus
that.
juice.
Drink cactus juice.
Yeah. No, I get that. I'm just saying, I think it's a back and like, if you just have characters, you know, you like go nuts. I think you can go into nothing. Like you can just yap for forever. So I think it's important to still know what the plot points are. And it could be a back and forth process of like, oh, if this is gonna happen, I need to adjust the character. Like I think that's.
Yeah, see, that's where you run into the problem. That the back and forth, you're not gonna get anything done because then you're just changing this, and then I changed this, I have to go change this, I have to go and change this. Concentrate on one thing at a time. Trust me.
No, I get that, but I mean,
when you
still,
get the
like
down,
yeah,
it'll be easier to write their scenarios. Like you can still
yeah,
have like listen to what I'm saying, you fucking plebeian.
I think we're agreeing. First of all,
you can still write down the plot points, but don't forget about fucking writing anything else. You need to have those.
Yeah, I get that.
You need to have those characters down if you're gonna like write anything.
Like I'm not saying plot points and then all the characters at this point are just blank slates. No, there's something there, but I think there needs to be a back and forth to make sure that it happens. I feel like a certain thing needs to happen. Is like, oh, but it doesn't go in line with the character. So maybe the character should have been this instead. Or have this reason to do that thing, and then I think it's important. I mean, if you start writing and you're oh wait, blah blah, change it, that could cause inconsistencies as you read throughout. So it's important to figure all these out before you write.
I think you should have the characters consistent before you.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm just saying, like, right now, there's definitely a lack of plot points, and there's a
lack of character, sir.
Yeah, but I also need plot points. Like, it's cool to have very fleshed out characters, but when you have no direction, that's an improv, right? Like, you say, all right, this guy's like this guy's like, all right, go nuts, right? Like, I don't want that. I want a purpose to my story, so I need the plot point. But having is not the only thing I need, which I acknowledge. Right? I still need the characters, but it's a back and forth process of refining each one. That's all. So I'm saying we agree, because I think we do agree on them.
Congo?
Huh?
I'm saying if you have the characters down,
yeah,
first and foremost, not do both simultaneously. First, then
yeah, you can start off with that and then go to the thing.
Can I finish a fucking sentence?
Okay.
Jesus. If you have the characters down first, it'll be and then do the plot points. Then you can start thinking about how each character can react to those plot points, and it'll make writing things very much easier.
Yeah, I get that. I'm saying I agree. There are times where doing that, you might be like, oh, well, actually, I need this kind of event to happen, but so far my characters don't fully. Let me go back and change the character, which can happen, and I think it should, just to make sure everything precise. Yeah, so I'm saying we agree.
What you need to do, Jester, as of this moment, is figure out the character.
Right? I mean, I don't know.
No, you do. Because right now, like you said, they're hollow husks. They're not really anything. And you just started. You just started developing them.
Yeah.
You at least develop them even further. Like, give them backstories, give them personalities, give them likes and dislikes. Give them, like, I don't know, an appearance, maybe? Instead of just arbitrarily just saying it in the fucking paragraph.
saying is like, I feel like if I want a story, I want specific events to happen. So if those events will happen, the characters cannot just be like, I'm just gonna pick these random characters out of the bag. Let's say each one is fully fleshed out, and any character will do. I don't think it's like that, and therefore the plot points are important.
No, I'm not saying it's like that.
I get it, but I'm just saying, like, if I just start with the characters, I don't know if that's on.
No, well, you didn't even try.
No, but like, it's important.
Think of it, Jester.
I think
all
they
you
go
gotta-
hand in hand.
Oh my
I don't
fucking
know
god!
about-
I'm going to punch you in the face if you keep on fucking interrupting me.
We interrupt each other equally.
Shut the fuck up! God damn it!
Go on.
Start with the main characters.
Yeah.
That's all you gotta do. Take it when you're thinking too far ahead. Start with those two characters. That's just what you need to do. And then figure out the plot points from there. And if you need characters for those plot points, then stop and take time developing those characters.
I think it's a back and forth. That's all I'm saying.
But the important thing is, nobody's gonna fucking read it if there's no character to it.
Of course. Okay, so the end product, plot and characters must both be fleshed out. We're just disagreeing on how we started. But ultimately, we agree on how it has to end, which is fine. I'm just saying, I don't think just 100%ing the characters is enough. Because like I feel like that lacks action. So I'm saying it's important to know what happens during the plot, because then you can be more selective with how you
but you
define
need
characters.
you need to start with your
Yeah.
main characters, because without your main characters you have nothing.
Well, I'm saying that's why I'm going back and forth.
And what you need to do right this second or whenever is just concentrate on the characters. You're honestly too worried about the plot points right now when you don't even have characters for those plot points.
I think they shape each other, is what I'm saying. You refine one, that allows you to refine the other, and it goes back and forth.
Jester.
Right? Because like you can be like,
Jester!
these characters.
Jester!
What? How about I finish first? How about me?
You're repeating yourself.
I'm not. Because I'm saying there are situations where this kind of event requires these kinds of characters. And then you can also say, well, because these characters are like that, it will lead to these events. So both happen. And I don't think just focusing on characters is enough. Because I can be like, alright, these are fully fleshed out. And because of the way they are, they don't go to where I need. Then it's a waste of time.
You done?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Sir.
Yeah.
I noticed something about you. You talk around shit a lot, you know?
Like what?
Like right now, I'm just saying like, hey, concentrate on the two characters, then it'll help you with those plot points. And then you can do the back and forth, but the important thing is, who are we following throughout all of this? And you only just started to developing that.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to like, Jessica, can I use your character for a minute?
I don't care.
Compared to Ellis, he is a fully realized character with a backstory and everything. And Jessica's story is constantly changing.
Mm-hmm.
But even though it's constantly changing, the character will ultimately evolve with whatever happening is there. But she still has
Yeah.
her character, and she's able to write whatever situations for that character. You need to have a subject to write for in order to write the book. So
I would just say, okay, go ahead.
So, because I know you're saying it's going to be a back and forth, I want to do this, I want to do that. That's fine and dandy. But none of that shit is going to matter if you haven't established who these people are.
But you won't see that in the end result as well.
What does that even mean?
I'm saying the end goal, the plot and the characters will be completely fleshed out. How we get there is what we kind of disagree on, right? Because if you saying that me focusing strictly on the plot goes nowhere, I think it's the same if you strictly focus on the characters.
I'm not saying to strict. I literally
Right,
threw up my
then we
fucking
are agreeing.
pen.
Then we are agreeing, which is what I've been
Can
saying.
you take over, Jessica?
I'm gonna take over. You take a walk.
Thank you. I'm gonna go back to drawing for a spell. Holy shit.
Hey, listen, my brother in Christ with the fucking 3 husk of characters.
Not the Christian
have.
accusation.
I'm sorry. Listen here, motherfucker,
Okay.
with the non-existent husk of characters.
Go on.
I love this woman.
You 2 things can be true at once.
I know,
Bitch,
that's why
you
I said
can.
we agree.
Shut the fuck up. I'm not dealing with this shit like she did. Fuck you. Shut up, stay silent. You can, in fucking, like, terms that you can understand, you fucking plebeian, you can come up with a concept for a plot while also constructing your characters.
Yes.
The whole fucking point that she's making is that if you don't flesh out your characters enough, they're literally nothing. Nobody's gonna give a shit about the characters.
Agreed.
But the problem with you is that you're trying to force a scene without understanding, hey, maybe I should flesh out how this character is as a person so I can understand how she would act in these scenarios.
They shape each other.
Oh my fucking god, what does that
Okay.
mean?
Yeah.
What does that
And-
mean?
Okay,
I explained
and
that earlier, that there are instances where because I need a scene to go this way, the characters have to be a certain way for the scene to happen.
then
At the same
make
time,
them the type of characters that scene is for, dipshit.
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, but you're not making the characters for that scene. You are just like, all right, how do I write this scene with these 2 characters that are in the scene? Motherfucker,
No,
that's not our job. That's
not
our
what
job.
I'm saying.
No, it is what you're saying. The fuck you mean?
But it's not.
It is though.
I have not
You
been
keep
saying
justifying that you need to fucking write the scene and then create and then include the characters
No.
that are for the scene because you
No.
need to write the characters around the scene.
That is a misunderstanding. That is not.
No,
what-
it is not. That is literally what you're
That
saying.
is 100%
You're literally
what I'm
saying, "Oh, I have this scene, but I have to make the characters for this scene revolve around this scene specifically."
I'm talking
That's-
about when you're in early development before writing anything. Like when I say writing, I mean the actual final product. Before you write the final product, you should have an idea of what the scene is going to be, and that's going to change the way you design your characters. But because of the way that characters are designed, that is also going to change the way the scenes play out. So that's why it's a back and forth process.
I'm just
And
gonna
I'm
let
saying-
you write your fucking 3rd
Yeah.
edition of 50 Shades of Grey.
How is that? I feel like we are agreeing on the core points, and you just refuse to accept that we agree.
What the hell are you
Both of
talking
you.
about?
It ain't the fact that you're trying to point out that we're agreeing on some points. It's the fact that you just want to argue.
No, it's not. Okay, so here's the thing, right? My take, right?
Literally start arguing.
Your perspective of my take, right, would be focus on the events, and it's gonna get fucked up because the characters are just a mess, right? Which I actually agree with. I agree with that. And I'm saying, however, you flip it around and you just focus on the characters, you're gonna lose the direction of the story. Because just focusing on character development improv, where you're like, all right, you have these established characters, put them together, and it doesn't matter where the story goes, but at least it's consistent with the characters. And it's like, that's not what I'm going for either. So it's important to have both figured out, but you can't figure out one first before the other. And you guys are saying, do the characters first. I'm like, okay, you can start, but you can't finalize the character design until you figured out what some of the events are. Okay, go ahead.
Justin,
My good bitch.
Go ahead, babe. Go ahead.
My good bitch. My story, I've been writing for years. Do you know why I've been writing them for years?
Why?
Because every time I turn around and I decide, oh, this is the concept I'm going for, I like that concept. I take a deeper look into my characters and I decide, actually, I want them to be this kind of character. And then that changes the dynamic of the fucking scene that I thought of and the concept that I thought of, so I have to adjust it accordingly.
Okay.
So the point we're trying to make here is, you can have a concept, buddy boy. You can have a scene planned out in your head. But if them characters don't got the fucking traits already mapped out to where you understand how they act as a person, it's going to be like Christian Grey and the bitch he fucks in 50 Shades of Grey, because I don't even remember her name. Oh, I'm sorry. Anastasia Steele, the fucking prostitute name.
But
Because that's literally what their actions are in that book. It's two fucking unseasoned crackers of characters that are just flashing over and over again. Because Christian Grey is a one-dimensional mom fucker, and Anastasia Steele is a fucking pushover, and that's it.
Holy shit.
The only time she ever has any bark to her bite is when the fucking plotline demands it, and that's poor fucking characterization.
Okay, so again, what we agree on is that if you lack either the plot or the characters, it's gonna suck. Right? We don't disagree on that.
I feel like what I said went over his head, to be honest.
It
How?
really did. It really fucking
You're saying the story sucks
honey,
because either Christian Gay, Christian Gay.
Honey, Jester.
What? What?
Remember when I was asking questions about how they were reacting scenarios and you just didn't answer?
Yeah.
That's why you need to figure out the characters first. You need to.
I don't know if it's first.
Shut the fuck up! Once you figure out the characters first, you can ask yourself, oh, I want this plot point to happen. How would they react to that plot point? You don't need to change their characters. You just gotta adhere to what you established. If you want to change how they act, then you can change their characters then, but you don't need to change their character. You don't need to change the listen to what I'm saying, you fucking plebeian. You don't need to change their core character for the sake of the plot. That doesn't make any sense.
I think it does.
No, it doesn't.
I disagree with you.
It doesn't.
On that point, I disagree.
Think about fucking Tony Stark. He's still a fucking asshole. Even though he built a machine and wants to save people, he is still a fucking asshole.
Would you say he's a pretty consistent character?
What?
Like, it makes sense. His development makes sense, right? There is not, like, let's say just MCU, right? I don't know the comic version of Tony Stark. But let's say just within the MCU.
Asshole!
Okay.
What the fuck do you mean?
But, okay, so what's wrong with the character design?
Character design? What the fuck are you talking about?
That's the issue here. Like, you don't know what I'm talking about.
No,
Right?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about because character design and character traits are two fucking different things.
Okay, semantics, right? Okay, you know, in your opinion, how is that different? How is that different? Character traits, character design, how is it different?
The design is how they look, dipshit.
No, I'm not talking. That's my point. I'm not talking about the looks.
Wait,
I'm talking about
we gotta-
design as a whole, right? I'm talking about the development of the character, like the progression
Okay,
of their character,
but-
their personalities. I'm not talking about looks.
Jester.
What?
Even though Tony Stark went on this whole arc of self-love or whatever the fuck, you can still describe him in 3 words.
Okay, that's not what I'm arguing for.
That's the problem you have. You're worried about the grand scheme of things, but you can't even describe your own characters in 3 fucking words.
You know why? Because this is very early stages. Of course I don't have everything figured out.
Things you need to think about.
I'm in
Early
that
stages.
first stage of
Early
developing the
stages, he
story.
says. Early stages, he says. Meanwhile, my
Yeah.
shit's been in the early stages since 2011, fucker.
You know why it's still there? Because you don't have the plot figured out. That's what I
Do
disagree
you know
with
why
you on.
I don't have the plot figured out completely, motherfucker?
Because you're allowing your
Because my characters
to take
aren't fully
full
fleshed
control.
out, dipshit.
Okay, so then exactly. I'm saying the end
And they're
result
not
has to
fully
be...
fleshed out because they're constantly being changed. Because every time I look at them, I go, what if this character has this trait? And then I have to think about the dynamics of the entire group.
So
because
if
guess
you have...
what?
Okay, sorry.
Bitch, you can't just think of the 2 main characters and go, yeah, that's great. Let's keep this ball rolling. I don't need to think about any other characters. I totally don't need to think about the side characters, the villains, the main, maybe small antagonist, big antagonist, fucking final boss. Bitch,
I
everything comes into account.
Don't
Oh my God.
So do you see the hypocrisy in it? I hope you understand. Right?
I
if
hope
it's
you
okay...
fucking step on a Lego.
Alright, let me explain. If it's okay for
No.
your characters to not be fleshed out, why is it a problem for me when I say mine are not fleshed out?
Because they don't
How is that
have anything.
hypocritical?
Huh? How?
They
what
don't
do you
have
mean, how's that
anything.
hypocritical? If you're saying your way is correct and your characters are not fleshed out and that's whatever, why is
Not
it
all of
wrong
them
for
are
me to
fleshed
say?
out.
Okay, and that's fine. I'm not saying you have to have them
Jester.
fleshed out right now because it's not done,
Jester.
right?
Jester.
Yes.
You know, okay, so my book is completed, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's completed. You know what? The
Okay.
very first thing I did?
Okay. What?
Develop the characters.
Okay.
And after which, I figured out the plot points to the characters and how it relates to their arc.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, developing the characters first can be very helpful when you're figuring out plot points.
It helps, sure. But also the other way helps. I'm saying both work. You can't just have one and not the other.
Jester, describe your main character in 3 words.
It's not done. You can't. Imagine if I was, I have this idea, I want to write it. And you like quiz me on every single detail. I don't know. I'm not there yet. You can't expect me to have like full
I mean, you were confident enough to start writing a fucking sex scene with them and everything like that, so you should
And
be
that's
able to
all I
describe them.
got. It's a single chapter that is short. That's all I had. It's not a finished story.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So what do you? What's the
You know
issue
what's
here?
funny? You know what's funny
What?
about books like that that have short sex scenes, regardless of how long said sex scene is? if the sex scene is and the characters in said sex scene are written very fucking poorly with no fucking characterization that you cannot even tell that these motherfuckers are in love, every fucking book reader out there would close that book immediately.
The issue with that is those are
And
finished
I know that because
books.
I follow some of them.
Yeah. Are they finished?
And the moment
They're
they get to a
finished.
very shittily written scene where they can't tell the difference between said character and the other said character and how they supposedly fell in love versus some random fucking side character who yearns to go on an adventure, they're gonna get bored. They're not gonna want to read it.
Yeah, I agree with that. And that's the issue with stories that don't know how to end or play.
I mean, some may argue.
I'm saying, like, we're saying.
Some may argue 50 Shades of Grey is a fleshed out plot, but the characters are fucking paper thin.
That really,
Yeah.
objectively, it's not fleshed out. Then that's why it's failed. Right? People can have low standards, but really, it's just not a good story. It's not fleshed out. So I'm saying,
Literally,
yeah.
the only reason it was popular was because it was read by a bunch of 40-year-old women who didn't know what true yearning is. So
Yeah.
they attach themselves to an obsessive fucking freak in a book because they don't get any attention from their own husbands.
Yeah.
Or if
I mean, I
they
never
have a
read them.
husband.
I don't know. But yeah, so I think we are agreeing that if both are complete, then it's a good story, hopefully. But if you're lacking on either, then your story is gonna suck. Like, we're not disagreeing on that, so I don't know what we're arguing about.
What we're arguing about, sir, is that you think you can just fiddle with one thing and then just go ahead and fiddle with another thing over there. When it's just like, if you establish at least your main characters, it will help you along in the long run to make things easier on yourselves. Because if you can't answer how a character will react in a certain scene, then you don't have a fleshed out character.
Yeah, and that it's not at a fleshed out stage right now. That's why I can't answer
I'm not
these
talking
questions.
about the fucking final stage, you fucking fuck. I'm gonna Jessica, please.
But that's my point, is that we are agreeing.
I'm gonna get
right?
so
Like, we are
fucking
saying,
frustrated. I'm going to knock out my mic again.
I'm saying in the very final product, if it's all completed, you know, you should be able to
Okay.
say, oh yeah, this character, three words, sure, right? But the plot also makes sense. And I'm saying, if you have a challenge with where the story is going because you're, you know, leaning very heavily on character, then it is just like improv, where you put a bunch of characters together and you don't know what's going to happen. You allow them to interact, and it takes you wherever, right? And I'm saying I don't want to do that with my stories, because it's not really like, I wonder what happens with these characters in this situation. Like, that's not what I'm going for. I'm going for a plot, but needing a plot also requires characters, and then having characters. That's why I'm saying, like, it's a back and forth process of refining each, and they like affect each other in the planning stages. Go ahead.
You done?
Yeah, so
Good?
go ahead.
Good? Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. I forgot what I was going to say because I'm so irritated. Give me a minute. Give me a minute to
Okay.
collect myself, okay?
Okay.
Jester.
Yeah.
Those questions can be irrelevant to your plot, but those questions are important to understand how your characters are. And
Agreed.
What... You gonna interrupt me again?
No, I'm just saying I agree.
What the fuck?
That's not an interruption. I'm agreeing with you.
I'm gonna lose my thoughts if you keep that shit up.
Okay.
So if you can't, and I'm saying you're in the very beginning stages right now, where you just have two characters with two names and they have relations with each other. I'm not saying it's romantic or platonic or anything. That's where you are right now. What needs to happen? Because, again, you at least need to know who these people are in order to put them in a scenario that could feel, what's the word I'm looking for? Good is the best way to describe it. For example, I'll use our characters because we do a lot of AUs with our characters. Even though I think one of our one of our best AUs that we've written was actually Sonic the Hedgehog. Remember that one Sonic arc that we wrote with Mephistopheles? Yeah, that's one of the best written arcs we've had. And we made plot points for that shit all, like, I don't know, I think we had a separate document for that shit. But those plot points were driven by the characters and how they reacted to to certain situations, because we already had those characters as our fucking dollhouse, including our own characters like fucking Alice and Heijin and Chi and Alani. They're all characters that we developed. Have we further developed them? Yeah, name changed, personality changes. That's just a natural thing when you're developing a story. But we still had those characters fleshed out. And we put them in a scenario, in a grand scenario, and we just let the characters drive the plot because of how they are, how they react to their new environment. Literally, one of them was just like, oh my god, I'm going to kill Satan. Why the fuck am I in a planet full of furries?
Yeah, he did. He literally was just like, I'm gonna fucking fight the devil. I swear to God, if she killed me and put me in a land full of furries, I'm gonna kill her.
And the other one almost caused a 16-car pileup because she was freaking out. But again, the plot points could be as simple as Shadow meets Alani, and the how is where the character, that character stuff comes in. The plot point: Alani is stranded on a, what is it? Not deserted. Strange planet, and she's turned into a bird. That's the plot point. How the scene will play out is very much character driven. She's neurotic, she's impulsive, and she's stupid. So of course she's gonna be running on the street screaming that she's a fucking bird now. And almost cause a 16 pile up. That's what we're trying to get you to understand. Those plot points you can still have, but without the characters, you're not going to be able to write them. Now I'm done.
Okay, cool. So we have very different approaches, and the reason I think one reason why we have different approaches is that I assume, correct me if I'm wrong, your stories are standalone, right? It's not a large chronicle of, like, different stories compiled together in one whole.
What?
Is it? I don't know. Is it?
Ask Jessica. Kind of.
Okay.
Because
Because I think. Sorry, go ahead.
Because we have other AUs that are kind of semi-connected to each AU that we do.
Is there a grand scheme of things that's already?
Sort of, yeah.
Because it sounds to me like there's a lot of some story.
The what?
There's a lot of flexibility on how some of the stories go. It seems like, right? Like you have a lot of branching options that you just, ultimately find one and go with it. I assume.
I'm sorry.
Because it definitely feels like your emphasis is on character, and when you allow your characters to interact organically, the story's gonna read more organically as well, right? Like things are gonna be more consistent.
Mm-hmm.
And you do say you do have some plot points in there, but they're not very specific and detailed plot points. Right? Like you just want okay, I want something to happen.
Even if they're detailed, because I'll tell you, the plot point. Let me see if I still have it, because I have a written down of my notes for my book.
Yeah.
I have to find it. This is for chapter 1.
Mm-hmm.
We meet Noelle Winter, a toy designer at Wonder Dream Toys. Starts with her rival Holly Day, stumbling out of the elevator, spilling coffee, and Noelle steps over her, mocking her on professionalism. People avoid her gaze as she gets to her desk, and people fuss over Carol, the head designer, aka Boss Man. Carol announces her retirement at the department, and the department needs a new head. Since it's the holiday, she proposes whoever can come up with the best doll idea for the investors will get her position. The whole place is buzzing with news, and Noelle goes to Carol's office to talk about the promotion. Noelle starts laying out why she's one of the best candidates and drops hints about her book of designs. She's about to show it off, but Carol levels with her about her cold personality. Noelle leaves the office defeated, and Holly tries to cheer her up, but Noelle isn't having it. Carol calls Holly in, and Noelle overhears her praising Holly over her hard work, which pisses Noelle off. During her lunch, Noelle marches through the streets with her phone on the phone with her friend Angel about the combo with Carol. As she's talking, she bumps and trips to the ground and looks up to see a large man with a white-ass beard reaching out his hand to her. That's the chapter 1.
So it's like a summary of things that should happen, right?
Yeah, that things are what are going to happen.
With the characters' fucking traits in mind, dipshit.
Yeah, that's the final summary, though. Right? I'm sure there are a lot of changes along the way when you're writing.
Of course there were a lot of changes along the way, but it didn't have anything to do with the characters. It had to do with the plot.
Okay, so so we approach things differently, right? I guess one comparison would be I'm approaching this MCU.
Oh, honey, don't compare yourself to the MCU, because the MCU already has the characters already literally on a silver platter for them. It's just literally taking what characters which way and having them interact with each other. The reason why the first Iron Man works well is because it's written well because of the characters.
Okay, but they are not simply
Think
just
about,
working. What are the characteristics?
the Thunderbolts fucking work well together. No, mind you, that's not the original Thunderbolts. That's not the original New Avengers. They work well because you put all these characters in a scenario and you just figure out how do I say? I can't talk.
okay, we're focusing on slightly different things. Like, my focus when I make the comparison is that Feige or whoever has a bunch of films that he's trying to connect together. The same way I have a bunch of stories that connect together. And so to me, it's important that the stories have to go a certain way, just as the screenwriters for those movies are also restricted when they're writing their scripts to either include or exclude certain things. Alright, so there are limitations to it, to that process, and I guess for me, that's what I'm trying to do. And I think it'll be a lot easier if I just have a standalone story and be like, alright, so these are the characters, let them go nuts, right? But ultimately, I gotta rein them in a certain way where I have to hit certain points in the story, in the arcs. And with the stuff that I've published, that's all done, right? Like, I have all those characters fleshed out, half those plots fleshed out. We're having these discussions, I think, because I'm at the very early stages of this story, and you're not seeing all that yet because I haven't gone there yet, right? Ultimately, the characters are going to be fleshed out, so making, let's say, comparison to 50 Shades of Grey is kind of not the same thing because those characters are not fleshed out. And I agree that when you don't have the characters fleshed out, it sucks, right? So what I'm saying is, as I'm in my very early stages of developing the story, I have plot points, the characters are not fleshed out, but also the plot points are not all fleshed out either. So some of it will rely on how the characters interact to come up with certain events, which I said earlier. But also, if let's say I have my story, let's say using my story, you know what the story is about, kind of, right? If I'm like, all right, let's do the characters first. I'm gonna have one who's like, I don't know, maybe like a super racist, and the other one is like a billionaire. It's like, well, then why are they living in an apartment building together? Right? Like, then that doesn't make sense, and having those characters established without a plot in mind doesn't work, right? So that's why I have to gradually develop each to be like, okay, if I have these events that need to happen, and I've, somewhat of an idea of what the characters are going to be like, then maybe the characters should lean a bit more or less to whatever directions. And then as I flesh out the characters, I'll be like, okay, then maybe I can also squeeze in these events because the characters support it, right? So I'm saying developing one side helps the other, and it's a mutual back and forth process. That just focusing on either the characters or either the plot points is not going to work. That's it.
What's your story even about?
I don't want to give it all away.
Okay, whatever.
Go ahead, Jessica. This fucking guy.
I just find my points hard to disagree with, honestly.
Do you know why we insist on fleshing out the characters first?
Why?
Because when you write the plot points and you decide to change the plot points,
Yeah.
your characterization has to remain consistent.
Change the plot point.
Meaning, say your plot was originally, oh, these characters are in a desert and they're trying to find their way out.
Yeah.
Two characters, one's freaking out, the other one's in control, and they're complete opposites on the spectrum.
Yeah.
Say these characters move from a desert to a fucking, I don't know, river. Or say they end up in a fucking, I don't know, life or death situation with a group of people that want to kill them.
Mm-hmm.
If the characters don't fucking act the same, there's no point in making those characters.
Okay.
And
So
you compare
while your
yourself-
point,
Yeah,
sorry.
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So
go
while
ahead.
your point that having a general basis on the story you want to create isn't totally wrong, but if your characters aren't fleshed out at least enough, to where you know how they're supposed to act in any given scenario, regardless of if you change them later, it has to remain consistent. Meaning, if your character at first was a hard-headed badass, if you decide to change that character to maybe they're not a hard-headed badass, but more of like a recluse and I don't know, they're recluse but they have survival instincts.
Mhm.
That has to remain consistent for every other plot point going forward.
Yeah. That's true.
So say you're like, okay, this is my story. I like the characters that I have right now. And then you come back to it and you go, actually, I want to make Susie a girly girl. You have to think about that with every plot point you just wrote her in.
Yeah.
To make that change in character consistent.
Yeah, I agree.
And
That's why we're
yeah.
highly being like emphasis on making a baseline for your characters. Trying to understand, hey, here's this character. They're fleshed out enough to where I understand how they're supposed to be. Okay, cool, great. They'll help push the story forward.
Like, think about Star-Lord in Infinity War. That film is like building up to like what you want is you're like, oh, you want to build up to a big thing. That Star-Lord, he starts like a loner asshole, and then he's an asshole with a family.
Yeah.
He's still an asshole.
Okay.
That's the thing we're trying to get here, is that.
But I'm not disagreeing with that.
No.
Like, that's why I'm like, why are we arguing? We're not disagreeing.
Just listen. You say you want to build up to this big crescendo of events, right?
Yes.
Why should we care?
Well, I get that your point is that because the characters have to be likable to follow along, and I agree with that. Again,
no, you're
but
not
you gotta.
No, hold on, no. You're not answering the question. Why should we care?
Okay, how about you just say it? Why should you care?
You. I'm asking you because this is your story. Why should
I don't know.
we care?
I write it because I care. I don't care about what other people care about, right? Like, if I have a story to get out, it's my story.
I'm the audience, right?
Yeah.
And you're giving me a story with this big crescendo, and the characters are kind of lacking because you're concentrating on this big crescendo. Why should I care?
That's the thing. That's the problem with what we're saying. Like, we are coming from different perspectives, right? I'm saying the final product has to be 100% good characters, 100% good plot. Because you're presenting scenarios where the characters are lacking. I'm like, then that's not a finished product. That's still in early development. Like, you shouldn't be putting that out there if the characters are not fleshed out.
Yeah, and that's where you are, sir.
Yeah, exactly. I'm at the early stages. That's why I'm saying, why are you quizzing me on this? I'm not there yet.
That you need to have a baseline to start with.
No,
and your
okay.
baseline should be a character.
I think the issue is the fact that I published chapter 1 when it shouldn't have been. Because that's still early stages. I think the fact that I published it, you think I'm good enough with the character. And I'm not.
See, that's your mistake.
Yeah, but I'm clarifying it for you. And the only reason I put it out there is because...
No. Let me explain.
Go ahead.
You jumped the gun. That's your problem.
Okay, but I'm clarifying.
No, hold on. You jumped the gun without any planned plot or characters, and you're trying to force everything back in the center when you don't even know what's going to go down.
I'm redoing it. Like, what more do you want? I'm already redoing it. I don't understand where you're coming from.
And that's where I'm coming from is like, wow, this motherfucker doesn't know. He just went ahead and did it. Okay.
The issue to me, my perspective
is that you need a starting point, and the starting point is.
You're judging me based on my rough notes. That's the issue here. I'm like, it's not done yet.
That's the only thing I
Okay, but you can't just interpret that as the final product. That's where you're wrong about it.
I mean,
Like,
I
I'm
don't
not
know
gonna
how you want me
expect
to
you
interpret it when you just say here
how I
it is.
explained it. How I explained it is how I interpret it. Okay, look.
And I already gave
Like-
you like notes last night about like, yeah, you need to flesh out the characters.
Which is what I was doing the whole time.
Okay, then do it.
That's why I'm saying there are points we agree on, but you don't get that we are agreeing on it, and you're attacking me for things that I'm not doing. Right? Like, if you're looking at my rough notes and saying, oh, this sucks, I'm like, obviously it sucks, it's not even finished yet. And you're like, oh, yeah, I'm not there yet. I'm like, yeah, that's what I just said, I'm not there yet. And then I like, oh, then, you know, like, that's all I can judge on. Sure, but you judge it as rough notes, not as the final product.
Okay,
Right? Can we agree
Okay.
on that at least?
sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we are actually agreeing. You're just not. I don't know what we're arguing about. Because as long as you're like, oh, look at such and such stories, the character's not fleshed out, I'm like, okay, that's bad, and I agree. Because it's not really done. I mean, the author can say it's done, but they did a poor job at it. Whereas for mine, I unpublished it because I know it sucks. Like, it's not finished yet. And I'm already telling you, I'm missing a lot of plot points, missing a lot of characters. Like, it's not there yet. So that's why I say the final product, we agree that the quality has to be there for both the plots and the characters. I'm not saying you can slack on the characters. I'm saying when you're thinking of what to write, both development impact each other. And I don't see why that's disagreed upon. Like, you're saying, oh, the characters are done, nothing else can change the character. But it's like, if you want the story to go a certain way, and your characters don't allow for it, then maybe you should change the character. And I'm saying this at a point where you haven't written it, or at least nothing is finalized, right? So if you have to go back and change all the other scenes to make it fit, then yeah, but at least if you do that, your character is consistent throughout the story, and that they're not drastically changing for no reason. Does that make sense? That makes sense though, right?
Ask Jessica. Jessica, did you follow that? I think she walked away.
That's fine. Because I think we agreed anyway. And also another thing, like, if you want to have a story-driven character-driven story, yeah, that's the way to do it. I'm not doing a character-driven story. And so it doesn't, you know, like, there are two different approaches for two separate things. And sure, you're correct in your way of doing it, but your way can't get to where I'm going. You know, like, they're different destinations. So it's not just one way of doing things.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you don't know where you're going.
I know where I'm going. I don't know how
Where?
to get there. I already explained to you last night, like, that the end of that story leads into a much bigger story. Right? I'm just not giving it out right now because I want to hold that private. Right? But there is an end point and I need to get to that end. But if you're taking the approach of these are the characters that want to hit, there could be some options to how it ends. Sure, that's a great way of doing that kind of story. My story arc doesn't allow for that, so I can't take that route. But ultimately, once I get to that final point, the characters will have to be 100% fleshed out. So we're not disagreeing on whether you can slack off in character design or not. And when I say character design, I'm not talking about the appearance of the character. I'm saying, like, personality, motivation, background history, all of that. Character.
Yeah?
Right? Does that make sense?
No.
How does that? Okay, if you want to not listen, then we shouldn't be debating. Because I feel like I listen, I'm addressing, and you're like blanking out. No, but back to my point, like, oh my. No thanks. I'm not doing this.
Look, dude, I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I understand what you're trying to do.
Okay.
I completely understand that and what you want to do. You want to make the fucking next Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings or some shit.
Sure.
Born Identity or whatever.
Yes.
That's what you want to do.
Sure. I never saw it as that kind of comparison, but sure.
I mean, you say you want to make this whole fucking epic, right?
I honestly feel like it's more like a Lookism universe. And what I mean is...
Really? Huh? Say Jaster.
Well, that's the closest thing that I can think of.
Jaster.
Yes.
What did Lookism start out as?
Okay, but my main point of that, when I say that's the comparison, is that, are you aware of the other stories?
Answer the question.
No, but that's not my point. The point that I'm trying to make...
Answer the
Look,
question.
I can't... No, because it's not 100% one-to-one comparison. If I'm saying... It's like saying...
I'm just
like,
asking you a question.
If I were to say... Oh yeah, two people have red hair, so I'm making a comparison based on a red hair, and you're like, but their noses are different. Fucking irrelevant. Like, that is not my point. I'm talking about very specific parameters. Like,
I just asked a question.
look, so you're saying Lookism, how does it start, right? I'll explain. Lookism on its own starts off one way and changes completely to something else.
Okay.
None of my stories are like that, and therefore they are not alike. So now what is your point in response to it?
I just asked you to answer the question, man.
Yeah, but how is that relevant? I'm trying to stay on topic. You're trying to derail it because you know I'm right.
I'm not saying you're
We didn't
right
even
at
get
all.
to the point. Yeah, you're right. Okay, we didn't get to the point of what I'm trying to say. You're just trying to derail it from the beginning. So
okay.
So Lookism universe, not just the book itself or the story itself, right? The universe has many stories. I don't even know the exact counts, right? So they all exist in the same universe, but they are very different genres. You know, when you compare a story to another, there are also certain magical, realism elements that are not present in other ones. And so my only comparison, what I'm trying to do, is they all exist within the same universe, but each story could be a completely separate genre. That's all I'm trying to say. That's the only comparison I'm making.
Okay.
I forgot where I got to that point because you just fucking distracted me. Okay,
you know
right.
how I feel.
So I think I said that because I'm like, it's not like Lord of the Rings, it's not Harry Potter, whatever, because I think the tone in all those are pretty good. But for me, it's like, I'm saying it's more like Lookism because while they exist in the same universe, they're very drastically different tonally and like thematically, whatever, like genre, they're all different.
Okay.
But they just happen to have some characters cross over here and there.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now, so what's the point of bringing up Lookism's story and how it started? How's it relevant?
It's relevant because while yes, they all cross over, they are all they're all telling their own story at the end of the day, even though they cross over. And I understand that's what you want to do. But sir, you still need to tell a story.
Yeah, I know.
And that's where you're like trying to reach that end point.
Yeah.
But you haven't even started one story.
What do you mean I haven't started one story? I've got 2 stories written and published. The novel's not done, but I have 2 stories that are written. I've started on others I haven't talked about. There are 2...
The thing is, Jester.
Yeah.
You need to concentrate what's happening within this story first before you can go and cross over. You know? Just like how that's why we have the Phase 1 movies. Even though it's listen, I'm using this as an example, just like you use slickism. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, is that okay with you?
Okay.
Even though it's a bigger plot for the Avengers, it's still their own stories in their self-contained, whatever.
Yes. Agreed.
Okay? Yes. We agree on
Yeah.
that. And I understand, to repeat, because you think I don't understand because, I don't know, you think I have my head up my ass. I get that you want to make each of these stories a big event or crossover or whatever.
Yeah.
But to get there, you have to break it down to the basics first.
Yeah, I agree. I think you should approach what I'm saying about this story, right? Is imagine if I say to you, you know what, I want to write a story. And that's how early in the stages I am with this story.
Yeah, and the first thing...
So for you to be like, oh, what about this one? I'm not there yet.
Sir, the first thing I'm going to ask you is, okay, what's it about? And who are the characters?
Yeah.
Or who is it about?
I mean, I did mention that yesterday, right? We did discuss that.
We did discuss it, and you were fighting me on it then, and then I had to go and get my... we were fighting over that then. And then I had to go and read you an excerpt from my own book. And you were just like, I understand now. I have to, feel out for the characters and expand upon it.
That's not what I'm talking about.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the overarching story. You're just focusing on one scene, which is fine. I concede that, right?
Because that's the only thing I've seen.
No, I get it, but you asked me what the story's about, and when I said, yeah, I told you, I meant the overarching story, right? So I'm not gonna dispute that one chapter is fixing, because I've started fixing.
Okay.
Right? I'm not done yet. I'm not gonna be like, here, no, it's good now.
Instead of the overarching story, what is that book about?
No, but that's what I mean.
Exactly.
I told
that's
you
what
about
you need to figure out.
No. I told you what that individual story is about. That's what I'm saying.
Me.
No, but I just said I don't want to talk about the plot here.
No one is good. It's not a fucking spoiler if you can't give a fucking summary.
No, I refuse, because it gives away everything else. So I'm not gonna do it. This is how I'm comparing myself to MCU, right? Gotta put the whole story in lock.
That's so dumb.
Lock
You're
it down.
an idiot.
How is it dumb? That's just me valuing my work. That's just me saying I care enough about this story that I want to keep certain aspects secret for.
That's so stupid.
Like,
how come you can't just say a summary of what the book is about?
Because I don't want to. Because it gives away other plots of the other stories.
You shouldn't do that.
Huh?
What do you mean? It's giving away certain plots.
Yeah.
It's a summary, like you're reading the back cover of the book. That's what I'm asking
fine.
for.
Okay, fine. Then that's not the
idiot.
whole story. Okay, that's not the whole story. Okay, fine.
Are you stupid?
Okay, fine. So you have a guy, girl. You have. Let me go into it. I need to do this.
It's gonna reveal everything. I can't say it.
Well, you weren't clear. I told you because you were like, "What do you
mean? It's a summary. Like you fucking back of the book.
No.
You can't summarize.
Okay, fine. I was saying like,
holy shit.
We understood it differently. Okay, I'll leave it there. Right? Because I was saying to you, like I told you. Because, okay, it started off with you saying, I don't know what my story is about. And I'm like, no, I told you what the story is about. And you're like, no, like this one story, not the whole plot of the entire universe. I'm like, yeah, this story. I told you what this story is about. And I went from the beginning to the end of this story. So when you say, explain it, I'm like, I'm not going to go all the way to the end. Like, I don't want to reveal too much. But if you're like,
just give me the fucking back of the book summary. Jesus.
Right. First of all,
oh my god, you're making my grandma scream.
She's just on the phone. Okay. So essentially, how am I gonna phrase it? I feel like that needs a bit of thinking as well. So you have a couple living together, a guy named Julian, a girl named Jezebel. Julian's a streamer, and Jezebel has an undefined career at the moment. I don't know what she does.
Oh, that's something
And,
to write down and figure out.
Eventually, sure, but she's a little bit kind of like she feels. What's the term I'm looking for? I guess bored of like the static life that she has. That she's like she's okay with. A lot of interesting things going on.
She's okay with it, you guys, don't worry.
And without going into too much detail, essentially, like there's gonna be. Okay, I think what we didn't say early on this whole stream that we've been kind of avoiding is that this started off as smut. All right, and I only started writing it because I have friends like, hey, write a smut. I'm like, right. So initially there was no connection to anything generic, taking this seriously.
Jester.
But then the more I brainstormed, I'm like, wait, why don't I just squeeze this into part of my fictional universe? And that's when I started developing ideas of how can I, attach more things to it, or more impactful, more meaningful. And
So you're doing what the
So-
Sonic fandom is doing.
maybe I don't know what they do, but
And
so it's
fucking
not just
connecting
like
everything.
sex. I guess so. So it's not just like totally focused on sex, right? Like it becomes more of like, I guess, intrigue. Maybe I don't know if that's the term for it, but like there's more than just smut. Essentially, there's now other characters coming
smut can just
in.
have a plot, right?
You know what? I feel like, my mom used to sign up for like some book club thing where, like, you can get a bunch of books in the mail that you purchase. The first couple of ones are like a penny each, but so like.
Like, just.
And I think she just checked off a bunch in some erotic section, and I was like, why is there so much sex? And I'm reading this in like fucking grade 5, and I didn't really like it, to be honest. It's just like it's kind of the same thing over and over again, right? Like, why is the character just like, succumbing to her kidnappers, whatever? But, sorry, what were you gonna say?
What I'm trying to say is, there is like, there are plots with things about sex, and I got another question for you. Now that I'm hearing you just arbitrarily decide to fit this in your own big canon. Why?
Why what?
Why did you want to put this in your own story and not just have this be a
the
standalone
universe?
story? Yeah.
Because it can help build some character background history. It's a prequel. It just happens to be in the form of somewhat of a smut.
Why not just
erotic
write
fiction.
a prequel?
I could. And that's the thing, right? Like, I started off, with this smutty premise, but as it progresses, it might just not be smut at all. So, but it's also like, because I want to have this, hey, let's try different genres, right? So it's like, I want it to still work as what it is for that genre, but at the same time build towards, like, imagine the MCU has a side story that's like straight up pornography, but it still fits in, right? It'd be like, it's an interesting concept, but it's not really. Oh, you know what? I should just say Multiverse of Madness tries to be horror, so it's like it could function as a horror, but it is part of a greater plot, right? So, I mean, if that's good enough of reason, that's.
I'm just asking the purpose of this story in the first place, dude.
Yeah, so I'm saying the development of it, the process of it, starts off as, hey, let's just write smut for fun as a challenge, into, wait, I can use this to build character backgrounds. So then that's kind of what I'm doing.
Jester,
Yeah.
maybe this is just a sin.
Yeah.
Maybe you should try at least writing a standalone story first with the smut before you go into getting comfortable using it for your big story.
I'm kind of not that interested about.
I mean, your
Like-
friend said they wanted to just a silly smut story, right?
Sure, but I would rather satisfy my own creative needs. Theirs.
I mean, I can tell you right now, just the
Yeah.
book I wrote, it's
Yeah.
not any way connected to my grand story at all.
Okay.
But I wrote it because, again, I mainly write adventure stuff. I haven't written romance.
Yeah.
So it was a learning experience.
Yeah. But you're happy with it, the final product.
Yeah, and because I developed it from the bottom up
Yeah.
for about a year. It took me,
Right.
and
The way sorry, go ahead.
honestly, the motivation for it was seeing Cheryl Lee Ralph as Mrs. Claus in the Thanksgiving Day parade.
I don't know what that
Good.
is.
That is, she's in Arcane.
Oh. Voice actor? No, character?
Voice actor. She's
Oh.
she was in the newest season. Not the point.
Is it the black woman?
Yes.
Oh, that's her.
Not the point. But I saw her and I said, "Damn, there hasn't been any love stories where it could Mrs. Claus could be a fucking black woman," and so that's where the motivation came out.
Yeah.
And it was just me playing around with the characters and developing what kind of character I wanted her to be and what kind of character I wanted Santa Claus to be.
Right.
And I thought to myself, wait, Santa Claus is this holly jolly character. What if he's actually disillusioned? And
Yeah.
there was conflict from there.
Right.
And like another book I read, I forget what it's called, but this girl, she has a habit of always quitting things halfway through, and this guy, he's very like strict about how he wants to run certain things.
Right.
So they meet and she agrees to work for him for a competition. But one of her colleagues has a job for her that is around the same time the competition starts. And she's grappling with, oh, do I leave to go to this competition? Or do I go start this new job?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, the two get along, and there is many of sex scenes.
Yeah.
But there's still that, like, like, conflict. I mean, like, I'm not gonna say, like, all smut needs, like, a plot or anything like that. You can just have bang for 50 chapters if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
But it's not like it's not necessary, and you can just have fun, at least from my perspective, which is where we have the disagreement, is I care about character more than plot.
Yeah.
And it could be like the most generic plot you've ever seen, but as long as the characters are good, it doesn't matter. And that's why I always say, like, a fuck ton of things have already been done. Like, to the point where nothing is original anymore. But it's how you execute it.
Yeah. I mean, I think I'm just kind of a perfection in that sense, then, right? Like, I'm not saying one is better than the other. Right? So I'm not like you're saying. Even if the plot sucks, some of the characters are good, then it's still enjoyable. For me, it's like that seems to be slacking on something. And
I
I
didn't
do
say if the
feel
plot
like
sucks. That's not what I said.
no, but you're saying even if the plot is, didn't you say like even the plot is
No,
not
if
as
the
good or whatever?
if the plot is generic or it's been
Right.
done before, like
Okay, so
for example, when's like fucking we've seen so many fucking times an asshole having a heart of gold, but people like Tony Stark because he's a great character.
yeah,
We've seen plenty of fucking like a group of unlikely characters coming together as a team, but people like Guardians because the characters are great and funny.
yeah.
That's what I mean. It's
Yeah,
like
and
it's
I agree.
There's a lot of things that have been done before.
Yeah,
But it falls on the characters to actually make it good. Because we've
I
seen
agree.
we've seen heist movies before. We've seen fucking
Yeah.
high fantasy movies before. We've seen sci-fi
Yeah.
movies before. We've seen like otherworldly dimension movies before. We've seen fucking we've even seen like the same exact characters time and time again. But again, it's that execution for those characters and how they're written is what makes the work so great.
Yeah.
It differentiates like fucking a Doc Brown from a Bruce Banner.
Yeah.
They're both fucking mad scientists, but one's very eccentric and optimistic, and one's very reserved and pessimistic.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah,
I
it's
mean.
important. I agree it's important to have good characters. And I'm not settling for less than that.
I'm not saying like I'm disagreeing with you. I'm just saying this is how I see it. And this is sadly how it is being. Maybe it's because I've been in the industry and I've seen like same shit over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm just like, yeah, like the plot is like this, that, and the other thing. But how are the characters? If the characters are at least good, you can make something good out of it. Like, do you know? Like, look how many times Batman has been told.
Yeah.
Fuck, look how many times Spider-Man has been told.
Yeah.
But each person has their own preference of Peter Parker because how they write the character and how they write their environment.
And also, actually, when you were saying like, why not write a standalone? Why do it with this one? Why turn this smut thing into part of that universe? Because I feel like smut is kind of like the emphasis is never the plot. So I'm thinking, well, why don't I put a plot where it's serves a purpose for myself at least? Complete with further extend my universe. So that's why I did it with that, and why I feel like I'm not going to waste my time writing a standalone in this case, because I could just instead be working on greater, in my opinion. So that's why.
But do you feel like maybe you're forcing yourself to go with this smut plot? Or do you actually genuinely think it'll fit well in the story?
I think having a balance is crucial, and I hope I can. But if I'm like, oh, I want to build this character's background and it's all just sex, I failed. If I call it smut and there's not enough sex, I guess I also failed. So, I think there's
also go on. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I think just using sex as a tool of manipulation in this case could then make it work for both things I'm going for. Like there's more purpose to it than just getting off type of thing. And so using sex as a weapon or whatever manipulation, I think, could at least at a lower scale show what certain characters are like. And then it's like once they get to a bigger stage, that would translate into other things that they do. But at least establish like, oh, this guy's an asshole, and give him the opportunity. he might do worse things as an asshole type of thing.
Okay. I forgot what I was going to say.
Getting water.
What was I gonna say? Shit. What was I gonna say? It's like, right. Another thing is why I say maybe you should do a practice story. Is, you know, to practice writing such material because you haven't wrote it before.
Yeah.
So that's why, and it's not a waste of time. At least I don't see it as a waste of time. Is like making sure you get it down, or how it's supposed to go down first before you go in and add it into your other story, so it doesn't feel forced, and you won't frustrate yourself with trying to fit it in and ultimately giving up, saying, "Oh, I couldn't do it."
Well, I guess my take on it is that because of, I mean, I'm not publishing the book, so in terms of like paperback, so, or at least not now, I can do my practicing in the same story. If I don't like it, I just change it, right? So that's what I mean by like not wasting the time on a separate story, because I can always redo. So
yeah, but that just sounds tedious.
Maybe, but I don't know. Like, I just feel like I'd rather focus on one story than multiple.
I mean, if that's
Which
how
sounds
you
like
feel.
sounds hypocritical because I'm writing a bunch of stories, but
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, but it's not the same material. Like, they're very different stories. But if I'm like smut after smut, and oh.
I'm not saying to write
Something
multiple
different.
smut stories. I'm just saying like maybe you should get it down first before you like implement it into your own story. Because once you get it down, you'll feel more comfortable writing for that sort of thing. So you don't have to like, let's just listen. So you just don't feel like you have to go back and rearrange and go back and rearrange. I mean, ultimately, you're going to do that because that's just how writing is.
Yeah.
But
like, it's just growing pains, right?
Yeah.
You can't get it right in the first go. What was I gonna say? I thought you were saying when about practice that we are talking. That's why I don't want to.
It's like you know, because if you like keep writing it in and then you change your mind and write it out, it's like making it feel like a little bit messy in a way.
Yeah, I could. Like, I mean, I already, even my core novel is on version 3, where I mean, I made changes along the way, but version 3 as in rewrites, complete rewrites, third time. That's kind of why I never finished it. But
yeah, at
least in my mind, it's still a pretty concrete story from start to end, so I can use that for spin-off. Although some characters now and then I'm like, oh, shit, but
what?
It's okay. Like, I forgot some of the names over time, and I had to like really think about it. Where I used to be like, I know exactly who these.
See, this is why we write shit down.
Oh, I did. It just got corrupted.
You know, write it
no,
down
honestly,
on something you can remember.
Well, because I started so long ago, I have physical writings. Finding it now is the part of the issue, but I still have like bits and pieces. It's like scattered everywhere. I was just looking at my emails today. Like, wait a minute! I got drafts of this. I'm doing so much better. They're like drafts of like pieces in my emails.
Nah, he's not doing much better. Not at all.
And
Don't let him lie to you.
And I never lie. I never lie.
I bet you always lie. The fuck you mean?
Never. But anyway, it's just hard to consolidate unless I like type everything or take pictures maybe. But that's suspicion. I used to write so much in terms of like, what if these people? So that's the thing. I used to do this practice for the core characters, like the core novel. I'd be like, all right, in this setting, what do they do? And I would do that. But these are like kind of like improv to me, of how they would interact.
I mean,
so
that's like improv is a bad thing.
No, it's not. It's not a bad thing. But you don't just throw improv on the big screen and call it a movie.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying maybe you should at least help develop your characters a little bit more.
No, but I'm saying I do that. Maybe not for this story specifically because it's a short story, but like I'm saying eventually I'll get to 100% of these characters, which will take a lot of work. And I'm not saying no to these exercises. I'm just saying the final product can't look like improv. So there's a place and time for improv. It is great for character development, but that's the behind the scenes. That is not the main story.
Yeah, and that's what we're saying for like not behind the scenes, and that's what we're just saying in general. That's what needs to happen for it to help
and I agree.
develop those characters.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that. So like I'm not disagreeing with all these things I can do, but I'm just saying if I were to have my main, as in like this story that we've been looking at, if I were to allow the character to interact as organically as possible with fleshed out personalities and all that, and just see where it takes me, that's gonna feel more like an improv to me as opposed to an actual like polished story.
Yeah, that's why
so there's a place for that, but no, but that's why I'm saying
do test dialogues. That's why you
on the backside, like in the behind the scenes.
Of course, this is hold on. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Did you really think we were saying this for the final version of this?
Yeah.
No!
But like Jessica, for example, was saying like her story kept changing because the characters are like this, and it's like, then the events change.
In the background,
I thought that was the story. Like I thought that was the final version.
You fucking idiot!
How is that? How could I have interpreted it any other way? If you say that's
what
the
do you
story,
mean? What do you mean? All of this development is
story.
happening in the background.
Of course.
That's how you're building up your shit, so you know how to write it when you go into it. What do you think we've been saying this entire time?
That you said. Okay, well,
Jessica, help.
Okay, you said to flesh out the characters, which is fine. I'm not saying that's part of it.
Anyways, we're gonna end the stream here.
Okay.
Because it's 8 o'clock and we don't want to hear any more of this nonsense on live.
It is on nonsense.
Nobody wants to hear any more of this nonsense on live. Shut the fuck up, Jester. Nobody wants to hear it. Anyway, take it away, baby. Shut up, Jester.
If you want to follow us on social media, it's linked down in the description below if you're watching back on YouTube, or the About page if you're watching back on Twitch. I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 1 p.m. Pacific time, so I'll be back on, what's today? Is today Monday? Wednesday. Oh, God. God, I hope not more of this shit. Thank you, Hassan. If you like what I do, you want to see more, consider becoming a patron today. You get exclusive content and early access to whatever I'm doing. But if you can't do that, I do have commissions open. It is posted on my socials, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, and DeviantArt. But if you can't do that, then spread a word around that we're live. Subscribe here on YouTube, subscribe over there on Twitch. And in the words of my favorite cartoon character, mwah, good night, everybody. We'll see you next time. Say goodbye time. Say goodbye channel. Jester's a fucking moron.
I also want to say, I just noticed the title is Chill Art Stream.
I can't.
Shut up until you shut up.
You fucking asshole, you stupid bitch.
It is what it is. Hope
Raising
everyone
my
felt chill.
blood pressure.
Good times.
Good night, everybody.